हेलो, आ रही है आवाज?
Or other than this.
Não sei o que tá. Vai. एक तो दूसरे वाला माइक का है माइक खोलना
Announcing the arrival of our esteemed guest, Professor Mohanlal Chipa, Dr. Archana Singh, accompanied by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Raghavendra P. Tiwari. Let's have a huge round of applause for esteemed dignitaries. I climb and climb. Where is the peak, my lord? I climb and climb. Where is the peak, my lord? I flying and flying, where is the knowledge treasure, my lord? I flying and flying, where is the knowledge treasure, my lord? I sail and sail, where is the island of peace, my lord? I sail and sail, where is the island of peace, my lord? Almighty, bless my nation with vision and sweat, resulting into happiness. With these words of Abdul Kalam, I welcome our esteemed guests and all the participants today to the inaugural sessions of International Workshop Come Conference on Workshop on Women, Social Innovations and Entrepreneurship, Possible Lessons from India and South Africa. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन and जी आयन. Now I request our honorable dignitaries, please be seated on the dais. Let's all have dignity on the dais. Professor Mohanlal Chipa, Dr. Archana Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Raghvendra P. Tiwari, Professor Anjana Munshi, and Dr. Sandeep Ho. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Raghvendra P. Tiwari to welcome our esteemed guest by presenting bouquet to Professor Mohanlal Chipa and Dr. Archana Singh. This is our inaugural session. We would begin with Kulgeet as it is tradition of our university. I request you all to rise for our Kulgeet. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Raghvendra P. Tiwari, Professor Mohanlal Chipa, Dr. Archana Singh, and other dignitaries seated on the dais for watering of plants. Let's have all the dignitaries on the stage. Plants are symbol of positive environment. Let's pray to God that it spread these vibes towards peace, prosperity, and healthy life to the people of India and other world. Let's begin. May I request Professor Anjana Munshi, Director, Research and Developmental Cell, Central University of Punjab, to kindly come forward to welcome our guests.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, We have a keynote address by Dr. Archana Singh, Chairperson, Center for Social Entrepreneurship, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Professor Mohan Lalji, former Vice Chancellor, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Hindi Vishwavidyalaya. Dear faculty members, all the participants who are joining online, offline, I welcome you to this international workshop cum conference, which is being conducted in hybrid mode on women, social innovation and entrepreneurship, possible lessons from India and South Africa. And I think that, this is a very important topic to be addressed because women need to, excel in these areas of social innovation and entrepreneurship. And I'm really it's really a pleasure for me that Dr. Sandeep Kaur has taken an initiative to organize this international workshop come conference. She really needs an applause for that. And in addition to that, just a few words about the university. The Central University of Punjab has been established among the newly established Central University by an Act of Parliament, and it's really a proud moment to share with you all, because you have come from different walks, different institutions, that by the grace of God and under the mentorship of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari, this university is gaining excellence. It is marching ahead, and I'm sure that in coming years, this university is going to be one of the best universities in this region and India and abroad as well. And in terms of let you talk any talk about any aspect of this university, talk in terms of research, talk in terms of the publications, talk in terms of research funding, talk in terms of social connect of the university, adopting villages nearby. The university is contributing to the development of the students and the society nearby in all aspects. So it's really a moment of pride for us, and we would like to maintain and proceed march ahead with this pace. And I'm sure that we will definitely achieve the milestones that we have set. So with this, I won't take much of your time, because we have experts who will be deliberating on significant aspects of the topic which has been chosen for today's international workshop cum conference. And I'm sure that the participants will have good messages to take home, and they will have something. I see women around. This is not only for women, but men who will support these aspects like social innovation and entrepreneurship, which women will take up. So I'm sure that this is going to be a successful workshop. I wish the organizers all the best, and I'm sure that participants will have a wonderful time in the city of Bathinda with us.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your views today. Now I request our organizing secretary, Dr. Sandeep Kaur, to put some light on the conference objective.
Thank you, Kaur. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Mohanlal Shipa ji, respected keynote speaker, Dr. Archana Singh ji, respected Dean Search, Professor Anjana Munshi ma'am ji, respected IQAC Director, Professor Monisha Diman ji, dear faculty member, participants, and dearest students presented online, offline, very, very good morning, one and all. First of all, I heartily welcome you all to this event. Let's talk about regarding the entrepreneurship. I think everybody knows the conceptually meaning of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship has an important role in countries' industrial development for any economy. Some thinkers argue that economy is an effect of entrepreneurship, but actually term entrepreneurship is not new.
if you look into the historical perspective, entrepreneurship comes from the French economics, where the meaning is undertaking. And what is undertaking? You are undertaking risk. You are undertaking innovation. That is entrepreneurship. And in 19th century, J.B. Say has said that entrepreneurs are resource mobilizer. The resources which are shifting from low productivity to higher productivity. Actually, entrepreneurship is a process of recognition, evaluation, exploitation of opportunity that results in wealth creation, employment creation. When the word innovation and entrepreneurship is discussing, how can we forget Professor Schumpeter, who has given the innovative model by saying that it drives capitalism creative destructive process. Actually, entrepreneurship involves professional application, knowledge, skill, competencies to generate wealth, employment, and social good. Now, the word social has been added into the entrepreneurship, and the word social entrepreneurship has various socio-economic dimensions. But if you think about that, whether its a definition is systematic and satisfactory, I want to say that the definition is still incomplete. If you see in the literature, social entrepreneurship is a practice since a long time back. Not taking much time in a very practical manner. I just want to tell you various NGOs activities, various self-help group activities, various individual venture activities which do for the social cause and generate some employment. That is a part of social entrepreneurship. But here, I want to tell you that it's a known availability of legal framework for social entrepreneurship in many countries, and India is one of that. We have to think on this entrepreneurship in a social dimension. When we are looking for various sustainable development goals which we want to achieve, and if you think that social innovation and can entrepreneurship challenge these sustainable development goals and issues which can enhance well-being, we have to think entrepreneurship. Women who are the creatures of this nature as well as world, that is also a very important part of this entrepreneurship. But everybody knows that women's activities in economy has not played a much role earlier. But if you think now from Ahmedabad, Miss Arpita Vyas, who makes some garments or ornaments from waste management and giving employment more than 25,000, and she is running social entrepreneurship. And here, if I want to tell you very practically meaning, I think everybody has seen the movie Three Idiots. And in Three Idiots, Mr. Sonu Wangchuk, the role has been played by Mr. Amir Khan. What is that? What is he doing? He is doing in Ladakh social entrepreneurship activity. He is running that school where every failure student can join and becoming scientist. And everybody know that this man got Raman Magsaysay awardee, and he has produced ice chupa technique which creates artificial glaciers in Ladakh. That type of thinking we have to generate. Here I want to mention various case studies, but due to the lack of time, I just want to tell you, our Honorable Prime Minister, sir, is taking so many initiatives regarding startup, Make in India, and through Atal Innovation Mission, many startup has generated. So now it's a really perfect time to understand our competencies. Moreover, we have to understand women role in it, because I am doing work on South Africa also, and I want to tell you, as compared to South Africa, our entrepreneurship role is very less. Our entrepreneurship, especially with respect to women, our role is very, very less, which we are required to understand. And in lastly, my words really will be incomplete if I will not mention our inspiration source, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who always encourages us for some generating some skills, competencies, and so many other things to build up this organization, to build up the future of our nation, future of our students, and future of us. He is not a social entrepreneur, he is also a social entrepreneur as per the present definition. And at the end, I'm really thankful for everyone. More than 30 institutions, participants have joined here. By taking some names, Central University Himachal, IIT Mumbai, JNU, Punjab University, Guru Nanak Dev University, Central University of Jammu, Punjabi University Patiala, and many, many more who have joined this program. I'm really very thankful, and I am dead sure that you must work on social entrepreneurship and give the nation some future. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
So, respected dignitaries on the dais, and dear faculty members, participants, research scholars, and students, very good morning to one and all. So, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Archana Singh. She is presently chairperson, Center for Social Entrepreneurship, and also Director, Tata Institute of Social Science, Incube Foundation. Presently, Madam working as an assistant professor in School of Business and Labor Studies at Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai. So, our research works are published in various international and national reputed journals. Some of our research works are published in edited books. So, Madam has undertaken an international project on women's empowerment for sustainable action, sponsored by the Australian High Commission. So, Madam has extensive experience working with various NGOs for the sustainable development. So, Madam has done extensive research in the field of social entrepreneurship, innovation, and women empowerment. Now, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Archana Singh, to address the gathering.
So first, I would like to welcome you all. It is my privilege to be here, and I'm very happy that Central University of Punjab, under the guidance of Dr. Sandeep Kaur, is taking this issue very seriously, and social entrepreneurship is the area where everybody, I mean, being a multidisciplinary field, I think everybody can contribute to make this world a better world, a beautiful world to live in. So with this, I start my presentation. So like I said, social entrepreneurship, the phenomena of solving social problem is not new. It was already there. It is not something new. If you take the example of Mahatma Gandhi's freedom movement, Lenin's movement, so many people historically we have seen in India and around the world that they were making entrepreneurial skills, they were making innovative skills to solve social problem. But the phenomena were new, but as an academic concept, it is emerging. It is very new during 1980s. So if you see the historical background,
as an academic subject, its history is very new, 20-25 years, not more than that. So during 1980s, Ashoka, the name, you can think Ashoka is Indian name. But actually, this organization is founded by Bill Retton, who is American, but he was influenced by the King Ashoka, the Indian Ashoka king. And he named this organization, which selects the change maker around the world. They are known as Ashoka Fellows. So he started the term using social entrepreneurship during 1980s, and then it started. In fact, when I started my PhD on this topic, I was struggling to find the book on social entrepreneurship. There were only 2-3 books. I am talking about 2008-9. So only Nicole's book, Bernstein book, How to Change the World. But I was struggling. What is the literature? So, yeah, but if you see the number of publications on social entrepreneurship, it has significantly increased these days. So, who are social entrepreneurs? Social entrepreneurs are change makers. They solve the social problems using the same entrepreneurial process. Why? Because to make sustainable social change. This is the world today. If you see in India and around the world, we all have less resources. Whether you talk about the developing countries, underdeveloped countries, or even developed countries also. Everybody has limited resources. So if the expectation is what? To make the resource innovatively, to combine the resources in innovative way to solve the social problem so that it can sustain in a long run. Social entrepreneurship, like I said, it can emerge in any sector, non-profit, for-profit, even not-for-profit sector also. And many of the scholars, they pointed out that it can emerge at the cross-section of all these sectors. So there is no universally accepted definition available in the literature, social entrepreneurship, but only one thing there is consensus in the literature, in even among academicians also, that solving social problem and creating social value is the heart of social entrepreneurship. So on one hand, where we talk about entrepreneurship as fostering economic growth has attracted the attention of academicians, but entrepreneurship as a process of solving social problem has recently started attracting the attention of the researchers. But we all know for the inclusive growth of the country, not only economic growth is important, but equally there should be growth in the social sector as well. So these days, I mean, you see the entire hall is full of the scholars. So it is proved that how it has attracted the attention of the scholars. I started with social entrepreneurship because with this background, because the concept is new, but mainly since the conference is focused on women social entrepreneurship, we need to talk about women in entrepreneurship, women in social entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship is the combination of entrepreneurship for solving social problem. But entrepreneurship and women, these are common. So our talk is not complete if we will not focus on what is women entrepreneurship and what the literature says. Like entrepreneurship has attracted already the attention of the scholars, women entrepreneurship also, if you see this area, lots of studies are available. These studies focused on the role played by gender in women's social entrepreneurship. And there are arguments also that entrepreneurship is a process which should be gender neutral, because the entrepreneurship is same for men and women. But is it right? Is it right? Being a woman, there is a lot of things that gender has to play a role in. The way any woman make decision is entirely different from the men take decision. Why? Because of the social roles and expectation of the societies. Child care, upbringing, taking domestic responsibilities, all these are expected from women. So how we can say that entrepreneurship is same for men and women? No, the process may be same, but how the decisions are made considering the expectation of the society, the gender role, the social roles, the feminism, all these are equally important. So it is emphasized in the entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship literature, and it mainly focused on social roles and expectations, structural inequality, gender social context, and it is in the literature it also mentioned that how gender inequality actually influenced the career choices of women and challenges of women starting from based on sex and gender, and they are expected to perform caregiving roles, and hence they are more likely to perform entrepreneurship differently. This is very, very important that I would like to highlight. What happened if you see the literature on women entrepreneurship? There is argument that most of the studies, either they are quantitative study and they have used the male dominated theories. So there is argument that any theory, entrepreneurship based theory, which is developed based on the study of male entrepreneurs, how it can explain women entrepreneurship, because the theories itself are made based on the study of male entrepreneurship. So that is very critical observation. The entrepreneurship literature talked about different challenges faced by women, and I have mentioned all these. I am not going into detail because of the time limitation. And all these challenges are faced by women across the world, in all the countries. But when it comes to developing countries or underdeveloped countries, because of the environmental, the constraints are more. And that's why the challenges for women entrepreneurs, it is more in the context of social entrepreneurship. If you see social entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship statistics, if you see there is more gender gap between men and women in entrepreneurship, traditional or commercial entrepreneurship. But this gender gap is reducing when it comes to social entrepreneurship. But still, if you see the literature, in US, 42% of businesses are owned by women. I'm talking about normal entrepreneurship. But in India, we are progressing, but still only 20.37% enterprises are owned by women. And there is a target that by 2025, at least we should reach 25% women-owned enterprises. Here, like I said, the gap between men and women in social entrepreneurship is reducing. 55% of social enterprises, social entrepreneurs are male and 45% are female. So if you see in social entrepreneurship, especially in the field of social enterprises, women are taking interest. And because of this, there are lots of opportunity for research. Why it is so? There are literature which are saying that women are more compassionate, they have very nurturing nature. There are so many arguments, and that's why they are more interested in social entrepreneurship rather than just focusing on getting the revenue. So data is saying that many more women are coming into this space, but the research is very less, very, very less. If you see the publication, this is latest article 2022 published. If you see here, from 2008, this blue line is indicating social entrepreneurship publication, and this dotted line is women entrepreneurship. It itself proves that how much opportunities are there to see research opportunities. It means very few publications are there on women social entrepreneurship. Though there are lots of attention given on entrepreneurship, but this publication is very less in terms of social entrepreneurship. Little bit literature are available on women entrepreneurship, women social entrepreneurship, which talked about that women are more likely to use participatory type of management style. They take more holistic approaches. They focus not only on goal, but the entire process. And since this is the goal, they make more focus on how to build network, and they prioritize collaborative methods of decision making. And in this process, it leads to empowering more and more women. And that's why, if you see, lots of researches on women social entrepreneurs are conducted on how women are empowering other fellow women. So there are lots of studies available on Seva, Lijat Papad, all these cooperative model where not only entrepreneurs are solving social problem but also empowering women. As literature suggests, there is a lack of literature, and most of the literature on women social entrepreneurship mainly focused on individualistic factors, factors of motivation, that why women start, why women started the social enterprises. So they talked about problem solving skill, networking ability, entrepreneurial knowledge are actually helpful in enhancing women's social entrepreneurial intention. The study was conducted in Dhaka, Bangladesh. The studies also focus on characteristics of women social entrepreneurs. Also, they said that altruistic attitudes and membership in social organization, NGOs, because of this, they are more into social entrepreneurship. But this is the point, that are we not trying to reinforcing the traditional thoughts that women have altruistic nature, compassion, they have this characteristics, and that's why, who knows? So there is a need to explore more. Maybe because I have interacted with one of the Ashoka Fellow, founder of Kathalaya, Ita Ramanujam in Bengaluru, and she said she was married to IIT Mumbai alumnus working in computer science sector, earning very well. And he said, no, you are not allowed to work because your husband is earning enough. Why there is no need to earn? So she said, I always experience the inequality at my home also and here also. So I wanted to prove that women are equally capable, and that's why I started my social enterprise. Here, not the reason is altruistic nature or that she is more, she has passionate about something or more compassion, because it was her gut feeling that yes, I will do this, I will solve problem, and also to prove the world I am equally capable. So I think that whatever is there in the literature, we need to critically question also. It is not only the accept. Why we should reinforce that women are very soft and that's why. No, it is not. These are the issues which needs to be explored. Also, not only individual level motivational factors, they also talked about some other factors like environmental factors, socio-economic factors, cultural factors, push and pull theory also. Here also we need to bring the necessity entrepreneur versus the opportunity entrepreneur. Generally, it is observed that women who are more educated come from established background. For them, maybe they are opportunity entrepreneur. But women who come from very poor, marginalized, vulnerable section of the society, for them it is necessity entrepreneurship. So we cannot have generalized understanding of women social entrepreneurship when it comes to background also. But what is there in the literature, that most of the literature only talks about individual level motivation factors. That's all. What is missing in the literature, that how the woman is engaged in the whole process of social entrepreneurship. How did she identify opportunity? How did she combine resources? How did she mobilize team? How did she face challenges? What are the support structure? What are the challenges? What are the networks that she can make use of? So all these information are missing in the literature. And here is the opportunity for the researchers, for all of us who is interested in this field. Women are generally not portrayed as ambitious. Women are not portrayed as capable of managing something. Women are not portrayed as capable of starting the scalable enterprise. So we need to question these things and we need to explore. In the literature, current literature, there are lack of contextual factors. We need to focus on all these. So when we are studying social entrepreneurship, we should focus on gender, feminism, other contextual factors, and feminist theories. These should be included. Based on, just because of time limitation, I'm not going into detail, but this is the emerging ecosystem for social enterprises in India, where you can see how the seed is the first level, then the pipeline creator. There are so many academic courses like this, IITs, IIM, they have incubation centers, Atal Incubation Yojana of Government of India. All these are pipeline creators, so many will grow. There are so many incubation centers. Early supporters are there, angel investors are there, Unlimited India are there, and eight supporters are also there. So there is a different pipeline. If you see in India, current today is the best time. The way the government of India is taking initiative for promoting entrepreneurship in India, I am sure it is going to help women social entrepreneurs also. There are multiple skills. We don't have any specific social entrepreneurship policy in India till now, but there are so many schemes. I have listed down few, which can be like Nena Shakti scheme, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Udyogini scheme, skill upgradation and Mahila Coir Yojana, human entrepreneurship platform, and recently just 2023, I think two months back, PM Vishwakarma scheme has been launched by Prime Minister Modi ji. So these are not the only available schemes. There are so many, and this is the right time. And so women should come forward and start their enterprise in this phase. But is this enough? When we see the ecosystem in India, we started with the early intervention. But what about the family and the society? Because the seed is there. The way we treat our girls at home, the way we give different privileges to son and daughters. So we are responsible. When I'm talking about we means I am also included. So we all are responsible. So when we are talking about women social entrepreneurship especially, we need to focus on family as an institution, society as an institution, where the girls should feel capable, confident, and they should have equal choices of making their career choices. So we should provide all the helping environment. So also in context of technology world, we see that few girls are coming into technological field. So we should also match the skills of the women and the market need. So a solid ecosystem comprising of family, society, workplace, government, investors, higher educational institutes, and private players who accept and support women social entrepreneurs' belief and skill set will immensely help to make their choices independently. So with this, I stop here. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views with supporting a lot of research work. So now we have a souvenir release, and may I request our chief guest, Professor Mohanlal Chipa and Dr. Archana Singh to release the souvenir. Can you put hands together as souvenir has been released? Now it's time for felicitation. I may request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghuvinder P. Tiwari, to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Mohanlal Chipa. Let's felicitate Dr. Archita Singh. Thank you so much, sir. Now
I'm sorry, I'm breaking the protocol. In fact, just now I have received a message that there's important meeting. Minister of Education has convened at 12:30. So that is why I am here first, prior to Professor Mohanlal Chipa जी. मैं 2015 में डॉक्टर हरि सिंह गौर विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति के दायित्व को ग्रहण किया. नवंबर में मुझे भोपाल जाने का अवसर मिला. उस समय कोरोना नहीं था, उसके पहले की बात है. उस समय मूवमेंट बहुत फ्रीली हुआ करता था और मुझे किसी ने बोला कि वहां पर अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी विश्वविद्यालय में प्रोफेसर चिपा जी वाइस चांसलर हैं, कुलपति हैं, उनसे जरूर मिलना. कुलपति था तो गाड़ी थी विश्वविद्यालय की, ड्राइवर भी था और अंगरक्षक भी था. तो मैं जैसे आपके निवास स्थान में गया, गेट में पहले फोन किया, आप मुझे गेट में रिसीव करने आए. मेरा जो अंगरक्षक था वो रीवा मध्य प्रदेश, जहाँ से मैं हूँ वहीं से था और मेरी ही भाषा वो बोलता था. डॉक्टर साहब को जब वो पहली बार देखा तो हमारा लोकल डायलेक्ट है रिमही बघेली जिसको बोलते हैं, उसमें वो बोलता है ही तो अपनों से बहुत ज्यादा सीध है, मीनिंग ही इज सिंपलर देन यू आल्सो. तो ऐसे आज हमारे बीच में उपस्थित है प्रोफेसर मोहनलाल छिपा जी, अभी जिनका हमने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन देखा वीमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पर. ऐसी प्रोफेसर अर्चना सिंह जी जो कि एक बहुत ही अच्छे संस्थान से आती हैं, टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंसेस. इस इंस्टीट्यूशन ने एकेडमिक वर्ल्ड में अपना नाम कमाया है. हालांकि बहुत छोटा कैंपस है, बहुत क्राउडेड है, लेकिन वहाँ पर करीब जितने भी वहाँ टीचर्स हैं, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हैं, उनका एकेडमिक आउटपुट बहुत ही अच्छा है. ऐसे संस्थान से प्रोफेसर अर्चना सिंह जी, प्रोफेसर अंजना मुंशी, प्रोफेसर धीमन, प्रोफेसर संदीप कौर भाटिया, हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के सभी शिक्षकगण, विद्यार्थियों एवं देश के विभिन्न भागों से आए सहभागीगण, आप सभी का इस विश्वविद्यालय में स्वागत है. इस विषय की भूमिका पहले संदीप कौर भाटिया मैडम ने रखा आप सबके सामने, फिर अर्चना सिंह जी ने, और इसमें कितना काम हुआ है अभी तक और आगे काम करने की क्या संभावनाएं हैं, इसके बारे में भी आपने बहुत अच्छा विवरण हम सब लोगों के सामने रखा। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बहुत जरूरी है, हमारे यहाँ थी, हर एक फील्ड में थी। मैं अपनी पत्नी से अक्सर बोलता हूं कि हमारी परदादी की परदादी केवल दालों से 36 तरह का व्यंजन बनाना सीख लिया था, उन्होंने बनाया। आप इतनी पढ़ी लिखी हो और इस मॉडर्न, सो कॉल्ड मॉडर्न युग में रह रही हो, आपने कोई एक नई डिश नहीं बनाई, बल्कि जो बनाई गई थी उनको भी भूल गई। मैं सबसे पहला वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ज्योतिबा फुले को मानता हूं, जिन्होंने उस समय की जो सोशल इश्यू था उसको पहचाना। उन्होंने जो गर्ल्स एजुकेशन की और स्वयं साहस करके, बिना किसी के सपोर्ट के, उनको किसी ने नहीं रोका, लेकिन उन्होंने लड़कियों की पढ़ने की व्यवस्था की। इसी तरह से भगिनी निवेदिता कोलकाता में, जो हमारे स्वामी विवेकानंद से बहुत ज्यादा प्रेरित थी, उनके विचारों से अपना देश छोड़ करके आ गई और सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में इतना ज्यादा काम किया। अभी जो स्वच्छता पखवाड़ा चल रहा है, मैं हिंदी में इसलिए बोल रहा हूं कि अभी हिंदी पखवाड़ा चल रहा है। आप ये मत सोचिएगा कि मैं कुर्ता पैजामा पहना हूं, अंग्रेजी नहीं बोल सकता। तो ये हर एक फील्ड में वहां उन्होंने, जो औरतें थी, बूढ़ी औरतें, उनके लिए भी क्लासेस लेना, कोचिंग जिसको अभी बोलते हैं, कोचिंग में पैसा लेते हैं पढ़ाने के लिए, वो निःशुल्क पढ़ाती थी। उस समय प्लेग फैला था बहुत ज्यादा, उसमें उन्होंने इतना ज्यादा काम किया स्वयं की प्रेरणा से। ये 2-3 एग्जाम्पल, और बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं। हमारी मातृ शक्ति का योगदान हमारे सामाजिक जीवन के हर एक क्षेत्र में, उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होना जरूरी है। तभी आज की हमारी जो मातृशक्ति है, जो भगिनी है, वो उससे प्रेरणा लेगी कि हमारे देश में हमारे मातृशक्ति का योगदान का इतिहास, ये इसे एक बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा आज की हमारी जो भगिनी है वो लेंगी। और ये एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, हमारे हिसाब से एक ये भी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन अति आवश्यक है, हमें आगे का मार्ग रास्ता दिखाने के लिए। मैं 2-3 चीज एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पर बोलूंगा। मैं वीमेन मेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के झगड़े में नहीं जाऊंगा। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सभी के लिए जरूरी है, सभी के लिए जरूरी है, सभी को प्रोत्साहन मिलना चाहिए, इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलना चाहिए। भिन्नताओं की कोई सीमा नहीं है। हर एक भिन्नताओं में यदि हम नैरेटिव खड़ा करेंगे तो हम उसी में फंसे रहेंगे। उन सबसे बाहर निकल करके हमें समाज के लिए क्या आवश्यक है, देश के लिए क्या आवश्यक है, इसके लिए हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। वो नैरेटिव हमें डेवलप करके उस रास्ते में आगे चलना पड़ेगा। जैसे मैं बोला, भिन्नताएं कितनी हैं। दिल्ली में एक बार मैं टैक्सी में जा रहा था, ड्राइवर बोला कि सर मैं उल्टे हाथ मुड़ूं। मैं बोला मेरा तो दोनों हाथ सीधे हैं, तुम्हारे उल्टे हो तो तुम मुड़ लो। शरीर के अंदर ही भिन्नताएं हैं। एक को सीधा हाथ बोलते हैं, दूसरे को उल्टा हाथ बोलते हैं। इन सब के चक्कर में हमें नहीं पड़ना है। हमें तो क्या आवश्यक है, एक सम्यक दृष्टि के साथ, समानता के भाव के साथ, सभी अंतर विरोधों को कस्टमाइज करके उनसे हम कैसे बाहर निकल करके और प्रगति के रास्ते पर, राह पर हम कैसे चलें, ये आवश्यक है। और इसमें, इस प्रगति के रास्ते में चलने के लिए सभी समाज के सभी वर्गों का को साथ में लेकर के कैसे चले, विकास के रास्ते में, विकास की धारा में सभी को कैसे सम्मिलित करके आगे बढ़ा जाए। जितनी भी तरह के हम डिवीजन ह्यूमन सोसाइटी की कर सकते हैं, होमोसेपियंस के जितने भी डिवीजन कर सकते हैं, उन सब को, सभी सभी तरह के लोगों को, केवल वही नहीं, हमारी दृष्टि केवल होमोसेपियंस तक सीमित नहीं थी। विकास के रास्ते में जितना भी बायोस्फीयर है, सभी का योगदान है। उनको हम कैसे करेंगे? मैं एक बहुत छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं। हम लोग पढ़ते थे तो जनरल नॉलेज में प्रश्न आता था कि फार्मर्स फ्रेंड, किसान का दोस्त कौन है? केचुआ। आज के बच्चे को आप पूछो किसान का दोस्त कौन है, वो जानेगा ही नहीं। तो एक छोटा सा कि केचुए का भी विकास के लिए कितना योगदान है, एक चींटी का कितना योगदान है, एक पतंगे का कितना योगदान है, हर एक वनस्पति का विकास के लिए कितना योगदान है, वायुमंडल का कितना योगदान है, उसको स्वस्थ रखना कितना जरूरी है। सम्यक दृष्टि, ब्रह्मांड में जो भी है, चर और अचर जगत में जो भी है, सबका विकास में योगदान है। तो इस तरह की सम्यक दृष्टि से जब हम विकास का रास्ता अपनाएंगे तभी, और विकास का रास्ता अपनाते वक्त हमें एक चीज और ध्यान में रखना है कि जिस रास्ते में हम जा रहे हैं वो विकास का रास्ता है कि विनाश का रास्ता है। हम किस तरह का विकास चाहते हैं, हमारा डेवलपमेंट मॉडल क्या है, और हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ नेचर सेंट्रिक डेवलपमेंट डिस्कोर्स राइट फ्रॉम द स्टार्ट ऑफ भारतीय सिविलाइजेशन, नेचर सेंट्रिक डेवलपमेंट डिस्कोर्स हमारी कोर फिलॉसफी थी। आज है क्या वो? आज हम किस तरह से प्रकृति का दोहन कर रहे हैं, इनडिस्क्रिमिनेट एक्सप्लॉइटेशन। हमारे यहाँ पहले ये व्यवस्था थी कि प्रकृति से हमें उतना ही लेना है जितना हमें आवश्यक है, बिना प्रकृति को नुकसान पहुंचाए। मध्य प्रदेश में सीधी में बहुत ज्यादा आदिवासी, करीब 60-70% आदिवासी क्षेत्र है। वहां पर हम अपने यहाँ की एक टीम एंथ्रोपोलॉजी से स्टूडेंट्स को लेकर के गए थे। 3 दिन में आदिवासी गांव में रुका था। उनके यहाँ एक प्रोग्राम हो रहा था, फंक्शन हो रहा था। वहां पानी की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, वो नदी से पानी लाते थे। उनके यहाँ एक शादी थी और उस दिन उनको 3-4 दिन ज्यादा पानी की आवश्यकता पड़ती थी। तो वो गांव में सब लोग अपना बाल्टी लेकर के गए नदी में, और वहां पहले नदी से प्रार्थना किए कि हमारे यहाँ ऐसा कार्य होने जा रहा है, जितना हम पानी आपसे लेते थे उससे ज्यादा हम आपसे पानी का दोहन करने वाले हैं। आप मुझे माफ करिएगा, और जल्द से जल्द मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं परमेश्वर से कि जल्द से जल्द आपकी जो पानी की धारा है, जितना पानी है उतना जल्द से जल्द उतना ही वॉल्यूम पानी का हो जाए नदी में। ये हमारा डेवलपमेंट डिस्कोर्स है। क्या हम इस रास्ते पर एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने के लिए हमें ये भी ध्यान में रखना बहुत आवश्यक है। और एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एक आउटलुक है, ये दिस इज माइंड गेम। मैं आपको एक बहुत छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगा। गोरखपुर का एक बालक 12वीं पास किया, उस बहुत आर्थिक स्थिति उसकी बहुत कमजोर थी। उसके पिताजी किसी तरह उसको, उस समय ये करीब 30-35 वर्ष पहले की बात है, 10 रुपए उसके पिताजी बोले। और गांव के एक आदमी वहां पर लखनऊ विश्वविद्यालय में टीचर थे, लेक्चरर उन दिनों होते थे। वो 10 रुपए लेकर गया, उनसे मिला। तो वो जो शिक्षक थे वो उसके परिवार को बहुत अच्छे से जानते थे। बोले बेटे तुम यहाँ पढ़ नहीं पाओगे, यहाँ बहुत खर्चा होगा, मैं तुम्हारे पिताजी की आर्थिक स्थिति जाता हूँ, तुम पढ़ नहीं सकते हो, इतना पैसा वो दे नहीं पाएंगे, इसलिए तुम कुछ रोजगार करो, तुम ऐसा करो। वो उसको 20 रुपए दिए, बोले तुम दिल्ली जाओ, वहां पर तुम्हारे गांव का एक आदमी, उसका नाम बताए, वो बोले कि वो ठेला लगाता है और उसमें वो टिकिया, आलू टिकिया बेचता है, तुम जाओ उसके साथ काम करना शुरू कर दो। तो बालक गया वहां पर, ढूंढते ढूंढते मिल गया। तो वो अपने यहाँ अभी भी ये मानता है कि गांव को कोई भी आदमी आ जाए तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है, प्रसन्न होते हैं, उसकी मदद करने की तैयार हमेशा तत्पर रहते हैं। तो वो उसको रख लिया, काम दिया उसको प्लेट धोने का। वो प्लेट धोने लगा। उसके बाद वो देखने लगा कि टिकिया कैसी बनती है, वो भी देखने लगा। अब वो 1 महीने बाद बोलता है, चचा एक तो टिकिया हम से बनवा ले, भोजपुरी में, वो भोजपुरी बोलती हैं। तो वो बोला अरे तुमसे नहीं बनेगा। बोला एक बार हमको मौका तो दीजिए, देखिए मैं बनाता हूँ। कि इनको बना दिया वो टिकिया, अच्छी टिकिया बनाया। 1-2 महीने बाद जब और काम कर चुका तो जो ओनर था ठेले का, वो उसको घर जाना था। बोला कि देखो बिट्टू मुझे घर जाना है, मैं 10 दिन बाद लौटूंगा, तो तुम ये इसको ठेले को बंद नहीं होने देना, तुम काम करना। वो काम करने लगा। अब एक बार बगल में एक वहां कॉलोनी थी, तो वहां पर बड़े बड़े ऑफिसर्स आते थे। तो एक ऑफिसर उसके पास गया, ठेले के पास, और बिट्टू से बोला कि टिकिया बनाओ। टिकिया खिला दिया। तो बिट्टू को बोलता है कि तुम कुछ और क्यों नहीं करते हो। बोले क्या करें साहब, हम ये छोटा सा ठेला, हमारे पास कोई है नहीं ऐसा कैपिटल कि हम कोई बड़ा काम कर सकें। बोले नहीं तुम इसी में बढ़िया करो। बोलो कैसे करें। बोले तुम टिकिया की पैकिंग शुरू कर दो और घर में सप्लाई करो, देखो तुम्हारा व्यापार 2-4 महीने में ही बढ़ जाएगा। तो पैकिंग शुरू कर दिया, फिर तरह तरह की चीजें बनाना शुरू कर दिया। और आज आप देखें गूगल आउट करके, बिट्टू टिकिया वाला, BTW, उसका 500 करोड़ का टर्नओवर, एनुअल टर्नओवर आज यह है, दिल्ली की बात है। तो ये इसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा कैपिटल की आवश्यकता नहीं है। और इसके लिए समाज में जो समस्याएं हैं और समाज की जो आवश्यकताएं हैं, इनको हमें आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा। सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का मतलब यही है, समाज की समस्याओं का समाधान देना और जो समाज की आवश्यकताएं हैं उनकी पूर्ति करना। और इसके लिए हमें बहुत ज्यादा वॉचफुल होना पड़ेगा। वी हैव टू ओपन आवर आईज एंड द विंडोज ऑफ माइंड्स, दैट इज वेरी नेसेसरी। और ये हमें बहुत पहले से सिखाया गया है। आनो भद्रा कृतवो यंतु विश्वता, let the knowledge come from anywhere, but we should analyze that piece of knowledge whether it is relevant for our local conditions or not. And also we have to see how much application potential it has in the existing circumstances, और उसको प्रूव करके, प्रयोग करके यदि लगे कि अच्छा है तो उस ज्ञान को हमें ग्रहण करना चाहिए। तो एक ये सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है वो है फील्ड इमर्शन का, उसके अलावा नहीं हो सकता है। अभी मैडम बहुत सारी स्कीम्स की बात कर रही थी। एक स्कीम ये भी अभी ICSR ने 3 महीना पहले एक प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया था कि गवर्नमेंट की जितने भी वेलफेयर मेजर्स हैं उनका इवेल्युएशन करना। तो ये उससे भी आपको सोशल इशू समझ में आएंगे, क्या सामाजिक समस्याएं हैं। तो एक तो जो सोसाइटी में स्वयं इनहेरेंट सोशल इश्यूज जो हैं उनका समाधान, और दूसरा जो गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम्स हैं उनका क्रिटिकल स्टडी, इस तरह से इवेल्युएशन करना। और फील्ड इमर्शन, फील्ड स्टडी, साइंस, सोशल साइंस, ह्यूमैनिटीज, लैंग्वेजेस अभी वो नहीं रह गई हैं जो आज से 3-4 दशक पहले थी। और ये कहना कि इसमें प्रोजेक्ट मिलना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, इसमें रिसर्च आर्टिकल्स लिखना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, ये अब ये नहीं है। इसमें ये मतलब कि इस आइडिया जनरेट करने के लिए हमें 10 साल में एक रिसर्च पेपर लिखेंगे, इससे अब कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। अब सोशल साइंस और साइंस एट पार आ गए हैं। और सोशल साइंस को भी जिस तरह से हमारे इसरो के वैज्ञानिक इतना कठिन परिश्रम करके चंद्रयान 3 को दक्षिणी ध्रुव में चंद्रमा के उतार दिए, उसी तरह से अब सोशल साइंस, ह्यूमैनिटीज, लैंग्वेजेस के जो शिक्षक हैं, जो टीचर्स हैं, उनको भी कमर कसना पड़ेगा। और मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं किसी भी हाई एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस के 3 इंपेरेटिव्स होते हैं, 3 काम होते हैं। एक होता है एकेडमिक इंपेरेटिव, बौद्धिक योद्धा तैयार करना। दूसरा होता है इकोनॉमिक इंपेरेटिव्स, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बनाना। सरकारी जॉब, हम लोग बहुत भाग्यशाली थे कि हम 60-65 वर्ष पूर्व पैदा हो गए, सरकारी नौकरी मिल गई। अब वो बहुत कम है। अभी सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और दूसरे तरह के एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करके ही अभी आप एक इकोनॉमिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप स्वयं का निर्वाह कर सकते हैं और समाज देश के लिए भी कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकते हैं। ये बहुत जरूरी है। और तीसरा है सोशल इम्परेटिव, सोशल इकोनॉमिक इम्परेटिव, एकेडमिक इम्परेटिव एंड सोशल इम्परेटिव। सोशल इम्परेटिव में ये आपका काम है, जिस पर आज आप 2 दिन के मंथन के लिए यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं। और मुझे पूर्ण आशा है कि आप जैसे विद्वानों की उपस्थिति में इस मंथन के द्वारा कुछ अमृत जरूर निकलेगा। और जो हम अमृत काल में, हमारी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि हम अमृत काल में चल रहे हैं और 2047 तक हम पुनः एक सशक्त भारत के रूप में विश्व के सामने उभरेंगे, विश्व में अपनी पहचान बनाएंगे। जो हमारी पहचान थी, पुरानी पहचान, उसको पुनर्स्थापित करेंगे। तो इसमें ये सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की भूमिका बहुत ही आवश्यक है। और ये इसमें और इकोनॉमिक इम्परेटिव्स में अभी ओवरलैपिंग करना पड़ेगा। केवल सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के द्वारा हाउ टू मीट द इकोनॉमिक इम्परेटिव्स, ये इस पर हमें विचार करना पड़ेगा। तभी हम एक सशक्त भारत के रूप में, तभी हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत बन सकते हैं। और इन सब में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आप सभी की, जितने भी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक की भूमिका बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। और हमें अब इस भूमिका के निभाने के लिए विश्वविद्यालय, महाविद्यालय इसी भूमिका को निभाने के लिए बनाए गए हैं, बनाए जाते हैं। हम सब का ये दायित्व बनता है कि विद्यार्थियों में, शोधार्थियों में जो भी नहीं मांगा, मैं उनको बोला था तब भी उन्होंने नहीं मांगा, तो ये उन्होंने स्वयं फंड जनरेट किया और उनके प्रोजेक्ट में जो पैसा था उसी का उपयोग करते हुए उन्होंने ये इतना बढ़िया कार्यक्रम आयोजन किया है। और मैं चाहता हूं कि इस 2 दिन के मंथन के बाद इससे कुछ अनुशंसाएं हमें मिले, जिनका हम उपयोग अपने विश्वविद्यालय में भी करेंगे और अन्य विश्वविद्यालयों को और सरकार को भी भेजेंगे। आप सभी को यहाँ पधारने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your creative thoughts on entrepreneurship. Let me speak about our chief guest, Professor Mohanlal Chipa, former Vice Chancellor Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Hindi Vishwavidyalaya. He is a man of distinct vision and fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an idol of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to all of us. This statement exemplifies through look into his contribution in higher education system. During his tenure, financially poor university became rich. He started 3 projects of social importance such as Gurv Sanskar Tapovan Kendra, Bharat Vidya Adhyan Evam Anusandhan Kendra, and Yoga for General Public. He is a founder vice chancellor for starting all the courses in Hindi medium. He was a brand ambassador of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan appointed by Governor of Goa. This event could not be more appropriate person than him to embellish, to enhance, to enlighten, and to enrich the occasion. I am absolutely delighted to present the shining star of research, the chief guest, Professor Mohanlal Chipa.
आज के कार्यक्रम के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर तिवारी जी, की नोट स्पीकर अर्चना जी, प्रोफेसर पुनीश धीमान, अंजना जी, और इस संगोष्ठी की संयोजक डॉक्टर संदीप कौर, देश के विभिन्न भागों से पधारे शोधार्थियों, शिक्षक बंधु भगिनी। प्रोफेसर तिवारी जी ने बताया कि मैं हिंदी पखवाड़े की वजह से हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन चूंकि मैं तो हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय का संस्थापक कुलपति था, मैं तो बोलता ही हिंदी में हूँ। मित्रों, आज का जो विषय है, महिलाएं, सामाजिक नवाचार और उद्यमिता, भारत और दक्षिण अफ्रीका से संभावित सबक। बहुत ही समसामयिक विषय है और इस विषय पर चिंतन और शोध करने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि सब लोग बोल चुके हैं, इसलिए शायद संयोजक ने मुझे बताया कि आप 20 मिनट बोलें, लेकिन मेरे बाद में कोई बोलने वाला है नहीं, तो एक आध मिनट ज्यादा कम हो सकता है। मैं अपनी बात रामचरितमानस की एक संवाद से करता हूं। अभी अर्चना जी ने बताया कि ये जो विषय है ये 1980 के आसपास 20-25 वर्षों का डेवलपमेंट है। लेकिन मित्रों, इस देश में भारतीय ज्ञान की बहुत ही उपेक्षा हुई है। हमें अपने विषय में क्या भारत का योगदान रहा उसकी कोई जानकारी नहीं है, क्योंकि वो हमें पढ़ाया नहीं जाता। आप सब इतना तो जानते ही हैं कि भारत विश्व गुरु था। आप ये भी जानते हैं कि भारत सोने की चिड़िया कहलाता था। अब क्यों विश्व गुरु था, क्यों सोने की चिड़िया कहलाता था, इतना तो आपको जानकारी होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि उस समय जब भारत में बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालय थे, ये जो यूरोप, अमेरिका, यहां कुछ नहीं था। तक्षशिला, नालंदा, विक्रमशिला, ये ऐसे विश्वविद्यालय जहां विदेशों से लोग आते थे, पढ़ते थे। तो अब जैसे आप लोग विदेशों में जाते हो तो वैसे ही थोड़े जाते हो, आपको कुछ ज्ञान की उपलब्धि करनी होती है, आपके कई सबके अलग अलग इंटरेस्ट होते, इसलिए जाते हैं। तो ऐसे ही यहां पर भी भारत में लोग आते थे। तो मैं आपको रामचरितमानस का एक संवाद सुनाता हूं, जिसमें आप देखेंगे कि इन सोशल प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में उस समय लोग कितने चिंतित रहते थे। रामचरितमानस नाम सुना ही होगा, उसके लेखक तुलसीदास का भी नाम सुना होगा, देखी भी होगी, हो सकता है कुछ लोगों ने नहीं देखी हो, नहीं देखी तो देख लेना। उत्तरकांड, उसमें गरुड़ जी और काकभूषण जी का एक संवाद है। काकभूषण का पूछिए, तो गरुड़ जी का पहला प्रश्न है कि ये बताएं, इस दुनिया में, इस विश्व में सबसे दुर्लभ शरीर कौन सा है? तो उन्होंने, काकभूषण ने कहा कि भाई सबसे दुर्लभ शरीर तो मनुष्य का है। बड़ी मुश्किल से 84 लाख योनि भुगतने के बाद में मनुष्य शरीर मिलता है, इसलिए मनुष्य का शरीर बहुत दुर्लभ शरीर है। लेकिन मनुष्य कैसा? अब आप इन सब प्रश्नों के जवाब इस संदर्भ में, आज के विषय के संदर्भ में ढूंढना। मनुष्य मीन्स पुरुष और महिला, अकेला पुरुष नहीं, अकेले महिला नहीं। अब वो कैसा? तो पुरुष और महिला कैसी होनी चाहिए? ज्ञानवान होनी चाहिए, देश के प्रति समर्पित होनी चाहिए, सेवा भाव होना चाहिए, एक कठोर वर्तमान उद्यमिता के विषय में कठोर मेहनत करने वाला होना चाहिए, आत्मविश्वासी होना चाहिए। तो इस तरह से जैसा एक उद्यमी साहसी होना चाहिए, वो गुण आप इसमें देख सकते हैं। ऐसा मनुष्य, ऐसी महिला जो मूल्यों से भरी हुई हो, क्योंकि अगर आपको आजीविका का कोई स्रोत नहीं है और फिर आपसे कहा जाए देश सेवा करें, फिर आपसे कहा जाए कि कुछ सामाजिक कार्य करें, आपसे कहा जाए कि आइए कुछ कल्याण के कार्य करने चलते हैं, आपका मन थोड़ा लगेगा। पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय, जिनकी 25 सितंबर को भी जयंती थी, उन्होंने कहा कि भूल गए राग रंग, भूल गए छकड़ी, तीन चीज याद रही, नौन तेल लकड़ी। मतलब यदि आपके आजीविका नहीं है तो सभी लोग अपनी रसोई की व्यवस्था के दृष्टि से नौन तेल लकड़ी की ही चिंता करते रहते हैं। तो इसलिए इस दृष्टि से विषय बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि हमें किस प्रकार से लोगों की आजीविका बढ़ाकर और दरिद्रता को, निर्धनता को हम समाप्त करें। फिर उन्होंने सवाल किया, तीसरा सवाल ये था, ये बताएं कि सबसे बड़ा सुख क्या है। तो काकभूषण जी कहते हैं भाई सबसे बड़ा सुख तो है संतों का मिलन, श्रेष्ठ पुरुषों का मिलन, ज्ञानवान पुरुषों का मिलन। मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा संदीप जी को कि आज उन्होंने आप जैसे इतने विद्वानों को यहां इकट्ठा कर लिया। काय के लिए? कि भाई महिला उद्यमिता की समस्या कैसे समाधान हो, इसके क्या क्या इश्यूज हैं, इसका कैसे निपटारा हो। तो ऐसे जो विद्वान हैं वो सब संत लोग हैं अपनी भारतीय शब्दावली के अंतर्गत। फिर वो पूछते हैं कि तो ये बताओ फिर संत और असंत में अंतर क्या होता है। तो काकभूषण जी कहते हैं इस आज के टर्म्स में कि जो महिला उद्यमिता के बारे में इनको सहयोग करे, इनसे रिलेटेड इश्यूज को का समाधान करने में मदद करे, वो सब संत पुरुष हैं। और जो ये कहे कि नहीं ये इश्यू तो बेकार है, क्या आपने उसमें रोड़ा अटकाए, वो सब असंत हैं। इसलिए हर समस्या के दोनों पहलू हैं। फिर वो पूछते हैं कि बताइए कि सबसे बड़ा पुण्य क्या है। तो काकभूषण भाई सबसे बड़ा पुण्य है अहिंसा है। और अहिंसा मन से, वचन से, कर्म से किसी प्रकार की हिंसा नहीं करनी चाहिए। और इसलिए इस सारे प्रोसेस में जब आप उद्यमिता की बात करें, किसी से आप मदद लेने की कोशिश करें, किसी के लिए समाधान करने की कोशिश करें, तो इसमें किसी तरह की हिंसा नहीं होनी चाहिए। मतलब आप विनम्रता से बात करें, उसमें हर एक व्यक्ति में कोई न कोई गुण होता है, उसका उपयोग करें। फिर वो पूछते हैं सबसे बड़ा पाप क्या है। भी सबसे बड़ा पाप तो पर निंदा करना होता है, किसी की निंदा नहीं करें। आप उसकी क्वालिटीज बताएं। निंदा करने में एक वातावरण खराब होता है, और इसलिए आप यदि पॉजिटिव तरीके से उसकी क्वालिटी बताएंगे तो निश्चित रूप से एक वातावरण है वो ठीक बनेगा। और फिर अंत में पूछते हैं कि महोदय मुझे बताएं कि आखिर में इस दुनिया में मानस रोगों का कारण क्या है। तो काकभूषण कहते हैं मानस रोगों का कारण अज्ञानता है। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा संदीप कौर को कि उन्होंने आज ये जो विषय है इसके अज्ञान को दूर करने के लिए अर्चना जैसी विद्वान को बंबई से बुलाया है। कई जो विश्वविद्यालय से जो यहाँ शिक्षक बंधु बैठे हैं, भगिनी बैठी हैं, वो सब आए हैं। 2 दिन तक आप ऐसा विचार विमर्श करके इसके लिए इस समस्या का समाधान करेंगे। मित्रों, इस दृष्टि से अब मैं शुरू करता हूं कि हम सब आखिर में इस विषय पर चर्चा क्यों कर रहे हैं, महिला उद्यमिता की बात क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि आप चाहते हैं कि महिलाओं की इनकम बढ़े, वो सब सुखी रहें। तो हमारी सुख की अवधारणा क्या है? सुखी क्यों होना चाहते हैं? सुख के लिए क्या चाहिए? और कोई भी कहे भाई सुख के लिए तो पैसा चाहिए, धन चाहिए। फिर दूसरे के कि सब धन, अकेले धन से काम नहीं चलेगा, बुद्धि भी चाहिए, ज्ञान भी चाहिए। फिर कहेंगे कि नहीं, दोनों से काम नहीं चलेगा, शक्ति भी चाहिए। हमारे देश में, भारत में, ये तीनों शक्तियां किसके पास है? धन की देवी कौन है? कौन है? लक्ष्मी। शक्ति की देवी कौन है? दुर्गा। और ज्ञान की, बुद्धि की देवी कौन है? तीनों कौन है? पुरुष है क्या? तीनों महिलाएं हैं। तो हमने तो पहले ही सुख प्राप्त करने के लिए इन तीनों देवियों को स्थापित कर रखा है। इसलिए हर महिला में दुर्गा का रूप देखो, हर महिला में लक्ष्मी का रूप देखो, हर महिला में सरस्वती का रूप देखो। तो ये जब तीनों शक्तियां एक साथ काम करेगी तो निश्चित रूप से इस देश में और दुनिया में सुख की स्थिति उत्पन्न होगी। मित्रों, कई महिलाएं बैठी हैं, बच्चियां बैठी हैं। हमारे यहाँ महिलाओं को स्थान क्या दिया गया था? शायद आप लोगों को कम जानकारी होगी, क्योंकि जो प्राचीन ज्ञान है उसकी जानकारी नहीं है। तो मैं आपको आज बता देता हूं कि भारत में हमारी जो व्यवस्था थी उसमें कहा जाता था, यत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता। और ये करके देख लेना, जहां नारी की पूजा होती है वहां देवता निवास करते हैं। यत्रे तास्तु न पूज्यन्ते सर्वास्त्र त्राफला क्रिया। जहां ऐसा नहीं होता है, जहां उन महिलाओं का तिरस्कार होता है, तिरस्कारपूर्ण व्यवहार होता है, वहां पर देव कृपा नहीं रहती, वहां संपन्नता नहीं आती। उसी प्रकार से सोचंती जामियो यत्र विनश्यत्यासु तत्कुलम न सोचंती तू यते वर्धते तदपि सर्वदा। जिस कुल में पारिवारिक स्त्रियां दुर्व्यवहार के कारण शोक संतप्त रहती है, उस कुल का शीघ्र नाश होता है, उसकी अवनति होती है। इसके विपरीत जहां ऐसा नहीं होता, जहां स्त्रियां प्रसन्नचित्त रहती हैं, उस कुल की प्रगति होती है। तो इस प्रकार से शास्त्रों में महिलाओं के सम्मान की कई श्लोक हैं। समय कम है मित्रों, तो महिलाओं की क्या स्थिति थी भारत में, ये मैंने आपको बताया। अब आप देखिए कि महिलाओं को उद्यमिता की क्या आवश्यकता पड़ी। भारत का यदि आप इतिहास देखें तो भारत में पहले नौकरी का कंसेप्ट नहीं था, स्वरोजगार था। आप अपने पिताजी से, अपने दादा से पूछना कि अपने घर में नौकर पहली बार कौन बना, तो मुश्किल से 1, 2, 3 पीढ़ियों की बात करेंगे जब कोई नौकरी आपके घर में किसी नौकरी की हो। हर एक के घर में व्यवसाय था, किसी के खेती होती थी, किसी कोई लोहारी का काम करता था, कोई खाती का काम करता था। सब मतलब जितने तरह के वर्ण थे उन सबके अपने अपने अलग अलग व्यवसाय होते थे, और इसलिए कोई आजीविका की कोई समस्या नहीं होती। हर घर एक विश्वविद्यालय था, मुझे कहीं सीखने के लिए कहीं जाना नहीं पड़ता था, अपने घर में ही सारा प्रशिक्षण हो जाता था। और यदि आपको कोई पंजाबी में शायद कोई मुहावरा होगा, लोकोक्ति होगी, हमारे राजस्थान में तो है, क्या है, उत्तम खेती मध्यम बाण निकृष्ट चाकरी भीख निदान। मतलब हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है कि सबसे बढ़िया खेती होती है, और पंजाब में खेती कृषि टॉप पर है। इसका मतलब यहाँ के लोगों को तो कोई समस्या ही नहीं थी, कहीं नौकरी करने जाते ही नहीं थे। मध्यम बाण जो बिजनेस है वो सेकंड कैटेगरी का था। निकृष्ट चाकरी, नौकरी करना सबसे खराब, इससे तो भीख मांग कर खा लेना ज्यादा ठीक है। मित्रों, जब अंग्रेज आए तो अंग्रेज को यहाँ पर 200-250 वर्ष इन्होंने राज किया, 100 वर्ष तो इनके लड़ने झगड़ने में निकल गए। 100 वर्ष की जब हमारा 1857 असफल हो गया, तब उन्होंने अपना शासन जमाने की कोशिश की, और उस समय ये कहा उनको नौकर की जरूरत थी, तो इसने हमारा जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम था उसको समाप्त कर दिया। हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम दुनिया में सबसे श्रेष्ठ था। हमारे अधिकांश गुरुकुलों में सबको सब तरह का ज्ञान मिलता था। कोई राजा भी एक गुरुकुल में जाता था तो अपना मुकुट उतारकर बाहर छोड़कर जाता था, गुरु सबसे महान होता था। वहां कोई इसी प्रकार का भेदभाव नहीं होता था। वहां सुदामा और कृष्ण दोनों एक साथ पढ़ते थे। इसलिए उन्होंने इस सिस्टम को खत्म किया और बोले कि राज हमारा है, हम चाहेंगे वैसा एजुकेशन चलेगा, और उन्होंने इस तरह से अब हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था को खत्म, और सब नौकरी को डिग्री से जोड़ दिया। जो एमए होगा वो ये बनेगा, जो बीए होगा वो ये बनेगा। तो सारे के सारे भारतवासी अब नौकरी की तरफ बढ़ने लगे। अब स्थिति हो गई कि अब हायर एजुकेशन बढ़ तो रही है, आप सबके दिमाग में ये है कि मुझे तो नौकरी करनी है, आप किसी से पूछकर देख लो। लेकिन मित्रों, इस देश में क्या दुनिया में सबको नौकरी नहीं मिल सकती। आप लेबर स्टैटिस्टिक्स देखेंगे तो नौकरी जिस तरह की आपको चाहिए, आपको ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में चाहिए, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में चाहिए, या कोई बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज में चाहिए, वो 5-6% से ज्यादा नहीं मिलती। 94% तो उनको जो असंगठित क्षेत्र में स्वरोजगारी करना पड़ता है। इसलिए अब ये सोशल ये नवाचार है कि हम किस प्रकार से पढ़ लिख कर भी अपने व्यवसाय को अच्छा बनाए। किस प्रकार से आपको नौकरी नहीं करनी है, आपको नौकरी देनी है, इस तरह की व्यवस्था आपके दिमाग में होना चाहिए। हम नौकर क्यों रहे हैं किसी के, हम 10 लोगों को नौकर रखेंगे। तो इस दृष्टि से भारत मतलब आज का जो विषय बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि आज इस विश्वविद्यालय में जितने सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, जितने विषय हैं, हर विषय के ट्रेड्स है ना। आप अगर कोई फिजिक्स में कर रहा है, कोई इकोनॉमिक्स में कर रहा है, कोई केमिस्ट्री में कर रहा है, नौकरी करने के लिए कर रहे हो ना, उस हर फिजिक्स से रिलेटेड कम से कम 20 व्यवसाय होंगे, केमिस्ट्री से रिलेटेड 20 व्यवसाय होंगे, इकोनॉमिक्स से रिलेटेड कम से कम 10-15 होंगे। तो सारे सब्जेक्ट टीचर्स अपने अपने विषय में क्या व्यवसाय हो सकते हैं उनका पाठ्यक्रम बनाए। वो बच्चों उस जो थियोरेटिकल पढ़ाते समय उसके साथ साथ प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज भी उन विषयों के दे और कौशल विकास पर ध्यान दें। तो मित्रों, तो इस तरह से ये जैसे मैडम ने बताया कि उद्यमिता है क्या। हमारे यहाँ कोई भी उत्पादन करेंगे, भूमि, श्रम, पूंजी, प्रबंध और साहस, ये 5 साधन चाहिए। लेकिन साहस के बिना, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बिना कुछ संभव नहीं है। कोई जोखिम उठाने वाला चाहिए, तभी तो ये काम आगे बढ़ेगा। और इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने राजनीति में तो 33% आरक्षण दे दिया महिलाओं को। लेकिन ये केवल राजनीति के लिए नहीं है, हमें हर सेक्टर में महिलाओं के संबंध में आरक्षण करना पड़ेगा और उनके रोल को बदलना पड़ेगा। क्या रोल? पहले भारत में महिलाओं को 3 केज केस, 3K से जाना जाता था। 3K क्या? किचन, किड्स और निटिंग। अधिकांश पुराने समय यही करते थे, रसोई में काम करना है, महिला है, विवाह हो गया, अपना भाई घर बढ़िया चलना चाहिए, या बच्चों की देखभाल करनी है, और अपने टाइम बचा तो सिलाई बुनाई कर ली अपने। फिर ये महिला का जो रोल 3K से 3P पर आया, और उसमें पाउडर, पेपेड और पिकल। अब मित्रों, महिला ने हमारा दुर्गा का रूप धारण कर लिया, और अब 7E, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, एनर्जी, इंजीनियरिंग, एनवायरमेंट, ई कॉमर्स, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, और न मालूम कितने ईज होंगे जहां महिलाओं का रोल देखा जा सकता है। मैडम अर्चना जी ने बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से जो वर्तमान स्थिति है महिलाओं की व्यवसाय के संबंध में उसकी जानकारी दी, और उन्होंने बताया कि महिला का क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है। तो करीब जो MSME है आपका, माइक्रो स्मॉल और मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेज है, उसमें आज केवल 20% महिलाएं हैं वो इससे जुड़ी हुई है। हमारा जो GDP है, मतलब वर्ल्ड GDP में महिलाओं का करीब 37% रोल है, लेकिन भारत में ये केवल 17% के करीब है। उसी प्रकार से महिलाएं हमारी 51% अवैतनिक कार्य करती हैं जिसमें कोई वेतन नहीं मिलता, और 95% महिलाओं के जो काम हैं वो एसेंडिक्स हैं जिनका कोई अकाउंटिंग नहीं होती। इसलिए अब चूंकि फॉरेन कंट्री से नए नए कॉन्सेप्ट डेवलप हो गए, और ये जो एक्टिविटीज हैं, इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज हैं, ये आपकी कल्चर से भी डिसाइड होती हैं। अब जैसे हमारे यहाँ महिला को घर में काम करना ही पड़ेगा। घर का काम रसोई का है, झाड़ू पोंछे का काम है, बच्चों के देखभाल का काम है, बड़े बूढ़ों का देखने का काम है। उसको पैसा मिलता है क्या? नहीं मिलता। तो पैसा नहीं, एक्टिविटी तो कर रही है लेकिन पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है। तो पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है तो वो आपके देश की इनकम में शामिल नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि नेशनल इनकम की डेफिनेशन क्या है, GDP की डेफिनेशन क्या है कि वो एक्टिविटीज जिनके लिए पैसा मिलता है। विदेशों में ये सारे चीज के लिए पैसा देना पड़ता है वहां, तो इसलिए वो उनकी नेशनल इनकम में शामिल हो जाता है, इसलिए उनकी नेशनल इनकम बढ़ी हुई नजर आती है। हमारी क्योंकि हमारी कल्चर में ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें पैसा ले। आप बच्चों को, अपने घर के बच्चों को पढ़ाओगी तो वो नेशनल इनकम शामिल नहीं होगा, लेकिन मैं अगर ट्यूशन करने आऊं, मैं पढ़ाऊंगा तो आप मेरे ऊपर, तो वो, तो अब धीरे, इसलिए हमें जो ये नवाचार है, सोशल इनोवेशन है, उसमें इन चीजों को सोचना पड़ेगा कि काम हम इतना कर रहे हैं लेकिन वो चीजें एक्टिविटी में शामिल नहीं हो रही है। मित्रों, जो दक्षिणी अफ्रीका और इसका भारत के बारे में बताया, तो दोनों मैडम ने इशारा भी किया कि दक्षिणी अफ्रीका में ये जो एक्टिविटीज हैं, महिलाओं का उद्यमिता है, वो बढ़ रहा है, और भारत में बढ़ तो रहा है लेकिन बहुत कम स्पीड से। जैसे इन एक्टिविटीज को अब आजकल तो क्या, हर चीज को आप मेजर कर सकते हैं। डेवलपमेंट है तो उसके लिए ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स बन गया। उसी प्रकार से उद्यमिता के लिए एक मास्टर कार्ड इंडेक्स ऑफ वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ये बना है, MIWE, मास्टर कार्ड इंडेक्स ऑफ वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स। अब उसमें कई तरह के फैक्टर्स हैं, कई तरह के वेरिएबल्स उन्होंने लिए हैं। एक्सेस टू एजुकेशन है, फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट है, कल्चर्स है, क्रिएटिविटी है, रिस्क टेकिंग है, इनोवेशन है, कई तरह के फैक्टर्स है। और उसमें यदि हम ये देखें कि दुनिया में क्या स्थिति है, तो हम कहेंगे कि भाई इस MIWE जो है उसमें USA सबसे टॉप पर है, न्यूजीलैंड सेकंड नंबर पर है, कनाडा थर्ड नंबर पर है, साउथ अफ्रीका 44वें नंबर पर है, भारत है वो 7वें नंबर पर है, और सऊदी अरेबिया है वो लास्ट में है। तो उसी प्रकार से यदि परसेंटेज ऑफ बिजनेस, मतलब महिलाओं का उद्यमिता में कितना परसेंट है, टोटल जो बिजनेस ओनर्स हैं उसमें महिलाओं की, तो उसमें बोत्सवाना दक्षिण अफ्रीका का वो टॉप पर है, 38% है उसमें, युगांडा 38.4 है, घाना 37.2 है, USA 35% है, और इंडिया है 7% पर है, और सऊदी अरेबिया 1% पर है। तो इस तरह से ये साउथ अफ्रीका और भारत की स्थिति है। इसलिए मित्रों, अब जो प्रॉब्लम्स, जैसा अब 2 दिन आप डिस्कस करेंगे, उसमें हमें प्रॉब्लम्स डिस्कस होगी, उसके साथ साथ क्या समाधान करने हैं उस पर भी हमें कुछ बताना पड़ेगा। इसलिए यदि हमें भारत को पुनः विश्व गुरु बनाना है, जैसा संकेत नजर आ रहे हैं, तो हमें इन पर सीरियसली बात करनी पड़ेगी। अब आप नौकरी की चिंता न करें, आप अपना ध्यान नौकरी पे, जिनको विदेश जाना है जाएं, करें एफर्ट्स, लेकिन एफर्ट्स आप ऐसा सोचते हैं तो आपको निराश नहीं होना है। आप अपने पिताजी से, अपने दादा से अभी हिस्ट्री पूछिए कि हमारे घर में किस तरह का व्यवसाय था, और उस व्यवसाय की तरफ पढ़ना सोचना शुरू कर दीजिए। आज पहले जब मैं बताया कि हर एक घर में विश्वविद्यालय था, हर घर में बड़ा काम होता था, हमारी जो कला है वो कितनी ऊंची थी, इसकी हिस्ट्री पढ़िए, इस साहित्य को पढ़िए कि भारत का जो ज्ञान है, भारत की कला है, वो कितनी महत्वपूर्ण थी। तो उस पर विचार करना आप शुरू कर दीजिए। तो हमें जो सबसे बड़ा काम जो करना पड़ेगा वो वर्क कल्चर है, वो हमें सुधारनी। आज महिलाओं के संबंध में, अब महिलाएं जा रही हैं, जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में काम कर रही है, हम यहाँ पर बैठ रहे हैं, आप कहीं दफ्तर में जाते हैं, लोग काम नहीं करना चाहते, काम से जी चुराना चाहते हैं। तो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण काम हमें उस संस्थान की जो कार्य संस्कृति है उसको सुधारना होगा। यदि हम कार्य संस्कृति को सुधार देते हैं तो मैं निश्चित रूप से कह सकता हूं, बिना पैसे लगे आपका आउटपुट है वो अपने आप दुगना हो जाएगा। हमें हमारी सामाजिक दृष्टि बदलनी पड़ेगी। अब सामाजिक दृष्टि में क्या है कि महिलाएं घर के लिए, बच्चों के देखभाल के लिए, इस पर, क्योंकि अब महिलाएं जागृत हो गई हैं, इसलिए पुरुष जो विद्यार्थी, मेल विद्यार्थी, वो सुन ले ध्यान से, क्योंकि आपकी जो इच्छा है वो आप जब विवाह करोगे तो आप कहेंगे मेरी बीबी कमाऊ होनी चाहिए। तो इसलिए बीबी का अगर कमाऊ चाहिए तो आपको खाना बनाना आना चाहिए, आपको बच्चे कैसे पालते हैं वो आना चाहिए। ये अकेली महिला का ठेका नहीं है। और एक बात और ध्यान से सुन लो, जब बीबी कमाऊ और पति कमाऊ तो अपने पेरेंट्स को किसी के भरोसे छोड़ मत देना, उनको साथ रखना। वो आपके बच्चों को पालेंगे, आपके बच्चों को संस्कार देंगे। तो इस प्रकार से जो न्यूक्लियर फैमिली है उसका आपको बदलना पड़ेगा। आज हमारे यहाँ तो नहीं है, विदेशों में शुरू हो गया है। अब आप अपने परिवार में जान पहचान के देख लीजिए, अगर बच्चा होता है तो वो या तो अपनी माँ को लड़की या तो अपनी माँ को बुलाती है या अपनी दादी को बुलाती है, मतलब कोई न कोई जाता है। तो अब डिंक फैमिली से काम नहीं चलेगा। एक नया कंसेप्ट आ गया है, सोशियोलॉजी वाले जानते हैं, डबल इनकम नो किड्स। तो भाई भारत को चलाना है कि नहीं चलाना है? आप पर जो 3 कर्जे पैदा होते ही जो चढ़ जाते हैं, ऋषि ऋण, पितृ ऋण है, और तो उनको उतारना है, नहीं उतारना, तो वो संतानोत्पत्ति से होती। इसमें कई तरह के, मैंने अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय में एक प्रयोग किया था। अभी जैसे मैडम ने बताया कि हम संस्कार कैसे डेवलप करते हैं, हमने कहा कि हम तो गर्भ में ही बच्चों को संस्कार देंगे, और ऐसे प्रयोग किए, बहुत अच्छे सक्सेसफुल प्रयोग हुए। क्यों? पहले हमारी व्यवस्था थी, अभिमन्यु को शिक्षा कहाँ मिली? गर्भ में मिली ना। वो उसकी माँ को नींद आ गई तो उस व्यूरचना से निकलना भूल गया। यहां इतने उदाहरण हैं। रावण का उदाहरण है। रावण बहुत विद्वान आदमी था, लेकिन कुसंस्कारित। क्यों? कि उसका जो गर्भ संस्कार वो गलत टाइम पर हुआ था। दुर्योधन सब दृष्टि से बढ़िया, लेकिन कुसंस्कार, क्योंकि उसकी मां ने गर्भ से छेड़छाड़ किया था। ऐसे कई उदाहरण हैं। इसलिए मित्रों, हम बच्चों को संस्कार, महिलाएं सब सुन लीजिए, पुरुष भी सुन लीजिए, ये मोस्ट निग्लेक्टेड विषय है। बच्चे होते हैं, कोई तैयारी नहीं होती है, बस हो गया, लेकिन इसकी एक पूरा शास्त्र है, पूरा विज्ञान है। तो यदि हम अपने पुराने ज्ञान को ध्यान में रखेंगे, उसको देखिए, शुरू करिए। अब जो कुछ विदेशी ज्ञान है वो पर्याप्त नहीं है, आप अपने ज्ञान को तो पहचानिए। जो पुरुष प्रधान समाज है, अपना मानसिकता बदलिए। अब अर्धनारेश्वर का कंसेप्ट है, भगवान शंकर और मां पार्वती आधे, अब देखा होगा ना अर्धनारेश्वर कंसेप्ट। तो इसलिए साथ काम करना, टीम के रूप में काम करना, ये आप शुरू करें। कई और समस्याएं हैं, आप इनको सब अपने 2 दिन के डिस्कशन में सोचेंगे। मैं केवल इतना ही आप लोग कहूंगा कि भारत को पुनः विश्व गुरु बनाना है, उसमें आपका सबका योगदान आवश्यक है। और उस योगदान की दृष्टि से आपको जो विषय, जिस विषय में भी पढ़ रहे हैं, चाहे फिजिक्स पढ़ रहे हैं, चाहे इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ रहे हैं, चाहे केमिस्ट्री पढ़ रहे हैं, उसमें भारत का कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है वो देख लीजिए। जो शास्त्र हम यहाँ भारत के रहे हैं उनको पहचान लीजिए, वेदों के दर्शन कर लीजिए, उपनिषदों के दर्शन कर लीजिए, स्मृतियां, पुराण वगैरह ये सब देखिए। उसमें इतना ज्ञान भरा पड़ा है कि आप देखेंगे कि अच्छा, हमारे यहाँ तो पहले से इतना है। तो ये आज भारतीय ज्ञान को पुनः लाने की आवश्यकता है और उसके अनुसार काम करने की आवश्यकता है। तो निश्चित रूप से भारत विश्व गुरु बनेगा। अब दुनिया का भारत पर भरोसा बढ़ रहा है। दुनिया में भारत के लोगों के ऊपर विश्वास किया जा रहा है। भारत के डॉक्टर्स, भारत के इंजीनियर्स, भारत के सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर्स, उनकी पहचान बढ़ी है। आप जरा कल्पना कर लो, मोदी जी अगर विदेशों में जितने भारत के लोग बैठे हैं उनको कहते हैं कि यार 1 महीने के लिए आ जाओ, क्या स्थिति हो सकती है उन कंट्रीज की, कल्पना कर लीजिए। तो आज आप लोगों के, भारत के लोगों की का महत्व बढ़ रहा है, भारत का योग बढ़ रहा है। ये भी ध्यान रख लेना, जिनको उद्यमिता करनी है, जिन महिलाओं को, पुरुषों को, वो शरीर को सबसे पहले प्रायोरिटी दें। बिना शरीर को 1 घंटा, आध घंटा अवश्य दें। जब तक उसको नहीं देंगे आप एफिशिएंट नहीं हो पाएंगे, आप काम नहीं कर पाएंगे। मैं 73-74 साल का हूं, रोजाना घंटा, सवा घंटा इस शरीर को देता हूं। आज भी 10 घंटे, कल मैं जयपुर से चला, कार में हटकर आ गया, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा। तो इसलिए अपने शरीर के लिए समय निकालें। तो निश्चित रूप से आप जो भी काम करेंगे वो बहुत बढ़िया करेंगे। आपका आयुर्वेद बढ़ रहा है, अब लोग एलोपैथी से एलर्जी हो रही है। आप धीरे धीरे जो भारत की जैविक खेती है वो बढ़ रही है, क्योंकि केमिकल खेती के पंजाब वाले आप लोग उसके दुष्परिणाम देखते हैं। आपके यहाँ से ट्रेन हमारे बीकानेर जाती है, उसका नाम ही कैंसर ट्रेन है। तो इसलिए जैविक खेती पर आ जाइए भैया। हो सकता है कि आपको शुरू में उसका वो प्रॉफिटेबल नहीं हो, लेकिन उस पर रिसर्च करिए ना, कैसे प्रॉफिटेबल बना सकते हैं। और ये मार्केट जैविक खेती का बढ़ रहा है। लोगों को बहुत अच्छा पैसा लेते हैं। आज कोई चीज आप इस पर विचार करें, कोई चीज आपको बिना केमिकल के, फल है, सब्जी है, दूध है, मतलब बिना इनके मिलता ही नहीं है। दूध निकालने के लिए इंजेक्शन लगाएंगे, फलों को रात भर मजबूत करने, बड़ा करने के लिए इंजेक्शन लगाएंगे। अरे आप उसका दुष्परिणाम क्या, या आप जो केमिस्ट्री वाले वो अपने डिपार्टमेंट एक टेस्ट लैब तो बना लें। भटिंडा के लोगों को कह दीजिए कि आइए सामान लाइए, हम आपकी जांच करके देंगे, और फिर उसका आपको वो भी बताएं कि इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है। काम बहुत हैं और विकल्प भी बहुत हैं। इसलिए मेरा आप लोगों से आग्रह है, इस देश को विश्व गुरु बनाने की दृष्टि से अपना जो जिसमें आपकी एक्सपर्टाइज है, जो विषय पढ़ रहे हैं, उसके ज्ञान को पढ़ लीजिए और उसको आगे बढ़ाइए। तो आपकी नए और नौकरी नहीं करनी है, नौकरी देनी है आप लोगों को। इस विचार के साथ कई आईएएस लोगों ने छोड़ दी नौकरी और आ रहे हैं और बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं। कई जो इंजीनियर्स, इनकी कहानी पढ़ी है इन सब की। अभी जैसे साहब ने बताया बिट्टू टिकिया वाली, ऐसे कई एग्जांपल्स हैं। तो इसलिए मेरा आप लोगों से आग्रह है कि देश को पुनः विश्व गुरु बनाने के लिए कार्य करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views and joining us here today. Now we have another speaker, Professor Mamu Munchi, Swane University of Technology, South Africa, collaborator of project. I request to share his perspective on social entrepreneurship. Hello, Professor. Sir, please unmute you.
Okay.
Welcome, sir. Welcome back. Sir,
Okay.
He is Professor Mamu Munchi from Swane University of Technology.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. He is the joint collaborator. He will share some ideas regarding social entrepreneurship for 5 minutes. Sir, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. First and foremost, I congratulate you for organizing this important conference. It is the subject area is very relevant and timely and important because with all the challenges we have, we need not to just know how to innovate, but we need to know how to do social innovation, not how to do entrepreneurship, be agro entrepreneurs or all kinds of entrepreneurs, but also for making profit and commerce and market advantage, but also for social gain, environmental gain, education gain, all right, health gain, and all these things have to be now included. We need to remove the gravity burden of the part of the kind of economics development that has created all these challenges in the world, we know. And then we need to unthink it, rethink it, redo it in a very interesting way. So my suggestion is that we need to create social innovation for ensuring inclusive, all-inclusive development. We need social entrepreneurship to include all people, women, men, no gender, no ethnic division, no caste, anything. But we should also do it to eradicate poverty, unemployment, inequality. And we also need to move away from the kind of economic approach of economic growth way, which is a linear economic growth. We need to come to a more unified, co-evolutionary approach of a new economic where social innovation and social entrepreneurship are also included. We need wealth creation that is not just to make wealth and money and so on, but also for ensuring, very, very importantly, the social aspect is also highly included, and no one is remains poor and so on. That's what we need to do. We need also frugal innovation. We need to utilize. We need to develop. In fact, Professor Bahadru from Jawaharlal University, and we have been writing on informal economy, and Sheikh also from India. We have done very interesting research on how we can also use frugal innovation, the innovation on the lower and the informal sector of the economy. Our own people have lots of knowledge, but we don't know how to valorize it, and something like that we need to do. So we also need to do social innovation in such a way that the quadruple helices, government, private sector, universities, civil society, communities are included. We need to really learn how to do a new innovation system. And I call it, in fact, a social innovation system, you could call it, or we could call it a social innovation system for sustainable development, we could call it. We need to create some new approach so we can actually do that very systematically. And we also need to have the variables and the different characteristics that we need to be identified, and we need to validate them by a certain, recognition of what contributions they make. So we need, I think we need to have an approach where we also link the South-South, Global South relationship. I really think we have all these BRICS, we have G20, we have all these other networks, but we need also to encourage them. You see, at least on the G20, the first time I know what was very nice was the great Indian philosophy, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that the entire world is one human family. Don't call some strangers relatives. That was actually featured in the G20 last time. So what we need is, we also need to bring in a social innovation, a social entrepreneurship manifesto, something like that should be really included. And then in the next big meetings that we develop, we should also include them. I think something like that is I don't want to say too much on it, but I just want to suggest to you, let's be provocative, let's try to be critical, let's try to do unthinking to rethinking, unlearning to relearning, and undoing to redoing, and then uninnovating, re-innovating with social inclusion and inclusive development and sustainable development, and where environment, health, education, all right, and the benefits of people are all well valued, included, and we remove the gravity burden of the approaches we have been using. Let's relearn and do it. Let's create with the speed of light square a new approach, a new development that will make a big difference for all the inclusion, where we don't divide ourselves with gender, ethnicity, color, anything. We go beyond it, and we become one human family, all right, within one world community. We move in the all human lifesaver industrial and economic complex we develop, and then I think the world will be a better place. I hope India, the marble land of India, you should become a civilization. You have a great thinking, great knowledge, indigenous knowledge that has come from you. I think I like you to also really validate it and use it, apply it, and really make sure that you become rather a model and an example with the rest with us, so we can all collaborate and create a South-South. We have created a South-South transformative innovation system network. I hope Dr. Sandeep, she will give you the link. I hope you could also all join us, and we can really create a new approach for. That's my suggestion. Thank you very much. Have a great day, and enjoy the conference. And when you, I just want to show to you that we have a journal. We call it Journal for Creativity, Innovation, Social Entrepreneurship. We've been running it for the last 7-8 years. And then we also have another journal. And when you all have publish, produce good quality papers. We could also do special issues and help you also to put them in books. So I'll be very happy to support them and keep safe, keep strong, keep well. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, please unmute. It's not audible.
So, is it okay now?
Yeah, okay.
So I'm here for the formal vote of thanks, and first of all, I would like to start with thanking the sponsoring agency ICCR, who has been kind enough to sponsor this 2 days workshop, and I'm sure that this workshop will come out with some good outcome, which we will propose as a report. And I've been told by the organizer that there are about 30 institutions who have participated, and more than about 200 participants are there. So it's a good outcome, and I'm sure that once we prepare the report, that would be, and there would be several paper presentations also. So I'm sure the outcome of this conference is going to be huge and quite important. So I would like to thank Professor Archana for her mind opening session, which most of us started thinking, okay, women entrepreneurship, and the data she showed was really good, that based on what scientific data we have. So that's really good as a scientist, and many of us are researchers who, when we get some scientific research, what is going on and recent papers which we see, so that really help us to think, okay, we have to analyze and we have to see where she talked about how women can be the change makers. Although the data looks little poor, but yes, the second speaker and further in the sessions, we got little encouraging words from other speakers. So I'm sure, thank you very much, ma'am, for your very nice, kind and very nice enlightening session. And I'm sure that we don't need any empathy and compassion, and just we need to focus our strengths, and that is what our culture have been. Sir said that, okay, Durga Saraswati and Durga Saraswati Lakshmi, everything is women. So we don't need that empathy, those compassion or emotional. We don't want women to be projected like that. So thank you very much for your session, ma'am. I would like to thank Professor M.L. Basa. Thank you very much, sir. I think your session, how it started was with Ramcharitmanas, and your session was something where we wanted to go back to the roots, and how we already had it. During the course of time, we lost it somewhere, but we have to go back and get it back. So I think your session was really very good. So it was this inaugural session, if I see myself, was a contemporary, modern, and then going back to roots. So everything was covered, which is very, very good for the participants. I'm sure that participants, when they started seeing the research and then going back to the roots, so everything was covered in the inaugural session. So thank you very much for your very nice session, sir. Thank you very much. I'm sure that with kind of brainstorming, we are going to have these 2 days. I'm sure that we are going to some of these outcomes of this will definitely lead to something where even we can contribute to the Vishwa Guru again. Thank you very much. And now I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. His guidance, he's the one who he was briefly here. He gave a very short speech, but you can make out how crisp and how enlightening his speeches are. So Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, he's all the time there. He's the one who guides us for each and every step. And he was the one who said, okay, let's identify where we stand. Let's talk about how women can contribute. And his examples are something amazing. So whenever he actually gives us real life examples, which are, thank you very much, sir. He's not here, he had to go for an important meeting. But thank you very much, sir, for your time and your guidance all the time. Dear teachers and Professor Mamo, he has joined us from South Africa. So thank you, Professor Mamo. It was so nice of you. You could join there. You could join from there and enlighten our participants for a few minutes, though. But it was really good. Professor Mamo, again, I would like to highlight a few things which he talked about. He definitely, because he touched upon the Global South content, which is one of the very upcoming, considering G20. So India and considering South Africa and India conference right now. So it's a small step of that Global South we are talking about in G20. So it's one of the small steps which we can see contribution of Central University of Punjab in that Global South thing which we are doing. So I think this is very good and commendable. Thank you, Professor Mamu, for your time. And I'm sure that your idea of social innovation for inclusive and holistic development of society is great. And we are looking forward to have a very good collaboration in future. Thank you very much. So I would also like to enlighten our speakers and our guests with few things that Central University of Punjab also has some incubators. We have recently got a GST funded incubator which will be starting. Inclusive incubator will be starting very soon. It's GST Nidhi project. It's a 5 crore project which will be starting very soon, where even the social entrepreneurship and these things will be started. And we have already become a business incubator for MSME. And the MSME is, as ma'am was also suggesting, and this year the MSME, they called the Smart India Hackathon only for women. So that's again one thing which was all the calls from MSME for Smart India Hackathon was only for women entrepreneurs. So we are participating in those things also. So before I end, I would like to thank Honorable whole of the organizing committee, Madam Professor Sandeep Kaur. She has been working very hard to make this event possible. So thank you, ma'am. You have been a great, your organization and everything has been very nice. Whole of the organizing committee, the volunteers, students, I saw the students working from early mornings, even yesterday they were there. So student volunteers, thank you very much. Estate, housekeeping staff, the computer center staff, everybody has worked very hard to make this event a huge success. And last but not the least, the participants who have joined us from various parts of the country. Thank you very much. And all the participants who have joined us online, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. With that gratitude we express, we now come to end of the inaugural ceremony of the conference, and we will start with our session at 2:30 p.m. Now request you all to rise with pride for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा कावेरी उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाए तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Now it's time for the group photo. Please come forward for one group photo. All the participants. All the participants. All the participants and then students. Please.
Please, participants, come on the dais for photograph. After that, economic department students. Students from Malwa College, please come. Student from Baba Free, please come. PhD and MA economic students of our department, please come. बच्चे आओ, जल्दी आ जाओ. Navdeep, Himanshu, Ibrahim, Abdullah, please come. Harpreet, MA, all students. Ibrahim.
Hello. Now we have lunch in guest house.
हेलो रामपुर जी, क्या सेशन समाप्त हो गए हैं क्या? हेलो रामपुर सर। हेलो रामपुर सर।
हेलो हेलो
सर सेशन, जी सर सेशन समाप्त हो गए हैं क्या?
इनॉग्रल सेशन कंप्लीट हो चुका है। नेक्स्ट सेशन टेक्निकल सेशन 2:30 से स्टार्ट होगा। अभी लंच चल रहा है।
सर हो सके तो सर अपना कांटेक्ट नंबर बताएं ताकि इसकी जानकारी मुझे यूट्यूब से मिल पाए, तो मैं जुड़ पाया था, सवेरे से मैं जुड़ा हूँ। और इसका पीडीएफ अगर पोस्टर होगा, अगर होगा तो आप मेरे व्हाट्सएप पर सर सेंड कर सकते हैं।
आपको जो भी बात करनी है आप मेरे को, हिमांशु नाम से मेरा उसमें ग्रुप में नंबर होगा, उस पर बात करनी।
सर अपना नंबर बताएं, मोबाइल नंबर।
सर ग्रुप में है नंबर
सर मैं ग्रुप में जुड़ा हुआ नहीं हूँ।
98136
फिर से बताएं सर।
9813
983
98136
98316। हेलो
सर 98136
136
71493
7।
1493।
ठीक है, थैंक यू भैया।
Today's consumers are willing to pay more for green products. Green entrepreneurship. A green business needs eradicate environmental and social problems, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, industrial average, recycling of wastewater, and also concentrate on social development. Green entrepreneurs are developing the economic condition of green practices. The green practice means the product and production process focus on environmental factors. Innovative idea to facilitate sustainable development by using the technological updates. The green entrepreneurs establish a green business model invented the plastic plates and impact of plastics. The many materials are available to replace the plastic plates, such as stainless steel, glass plates, platinum, silicon, beeswax coated cloth, natural fiber cloth, wooden households, and bamboo, ceramics, paper and cardboard, and etc. But the areca palm plates produced from the fallen leaf. The leaves are environmentally friendly. There is no production cost of raw material. The plastics are produced negative reactions on human, wildlife, and atmosphere. The plastic industry is the primary source of producing industrial greenhouse gases in the world. Global emission 3.4% greenhouse gas discharged from the plastic production. 36% of overall plastic production is packaging materials, food and beverage, containers, and single-use products. 85% of goods are not disposed proper and become unregulated waste. The age of plastic still produces greenhouse gases, suggesting that emissions may continue for the entire lifetime of a piece of plastic trees. The plastic waste, 6.1 metric tons, in 2019 itself, were found in the rivers, lakes, and the ocean. The major part of plastic waste is discharged from the food sector. The vendors prefer the use and throw modern plastics to save the time from cleaning of plates, spoons, and forks. Adding of palm cultivation in India is still cultivated as main crop or intercrop in many parts of India as major commercial crop. The areca plant goes from West Indies to east coast of Africa and in Bangladesh, China, Sri Lanka, and Malaysia. India registered as leading cultivator of areca nuts and contributes 54.07% in the world output. These are the calculations sourced from CPCRI, NEC website. Cultivation and production of areca nut 2021-22 production. The major leading producer is Karnataka, followed by Kerala, Assam, Meghalaya, West Bengal, Tripura, and others. These are the areca palm plants and nuts and intercrop cocoa. Areca palm leaf and products. This palm tree is a medium-sized single tree. The trees are having leaves 1.5 to 2 meters in length. The leaf sets are cover and protect the tree from natural hazards. The leaf sets are used to make areca leaf plates. The leaf sets are naturally detached from the tree very closer. The fallen leaf sets will be collected, washed by preserved water, sun-dried, molded into plates using heat and pressure. Plates are produced without use of any chemicals and of artificial components. The leaf plates will not react and not change the flavor of hot or cold food. Areca leaf plates are microwavable and can be used to any temperature. These are the set and the production of areca leaf. Benefits of areca leaf products. The fallen leaves are used to produce the product. No need to cut or damage any tree. The decomposable rate is faster than the wood product. The hot or cold food can be served. The areca plates will not react with the food. Hence, the plates are perfect alternate of plastic and polymers. The plates are very much less in weight. The use of plastic conclusion. The use of plastic papers and aluminum foils are injurious to human, domestic animals and wildlife. The use of throw models plates are being eaten by animals. Hence, there is a need to introduce new material which does not affect the atmosphere. The Arica plates are environmental friendly and reduce the carbon footprint. Nature must be preserved for next generation. Thank you.
I hope this is based on the secondary data. But what is your methodology? So what is this paper? This paper is a technical paper, technical paper, what's the It's a review paper. Review or you are just presenting. I know that is not the But I think there are organizations which are working on these things. Yeah. So you have not produced those case studies
Replacement of plastic.
So what so what I'm saying, if you can incorporate few examples of the organization which are doing that, that will also enhance because you are proposing that. But there are organizations which are doing that. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm saying please incorporate those case studies also and it will be for the leaders and audience to connect what is the feasibility of this. Yeah.
So our next presenter is Navneet Kaur with the title Role of PMEGP to Remove Unemployment in India. Good afternoon, everyone present here today. My name is Navneet Kaur. I am research scholar in economics. Today my topic is Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, a tool to generate employment opportunities in India. As we know, there is immense unemployment in India. And to remove this unemployment, there are lack of government jobs, but still persons themselves can do some efforts by self-employment, or we can say entrepreneurship. Especially women in entrepreneurship also play a very important role in current scenario. In order to stimulate entrepreneurship, the Indian government has launched the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, that is PMEGP, a PMEGP scheme. Also, government has launched many schemes, as one of my friend presenter also discussed about these schemes. And the focus of my study is only this scheme. This scheme is helping the unemployed youth in providing easy availability of finance. PMEGP is playing an important role in encouraging young entrepreneurs to pursue self-employment prospects through micro and small industries growth. PMEGP is managed by two agencies, that is Khadi Village Industries and Department of Industries, Trade and Commerce. And my all data is country data, that is annual progress reports of Khadi Village Industry and MSME. Objectives of my study are to empirically analyze the impact of Prime Minister Employment Generation Program in creating employment opportunities in India from its origin, that is 2008 to 9 to 2022-23. and also to compare the performance of PMEGP in different years, to analyze women entrepreneurship development by this scheme. Prime Minister Employment Generation Program scheme was started in 2008 by Ministry of MSME. Prime Minister Employment Generation Program is conducted by Khadi and Village Industries Commission. This is a new credit-linked subsidy program under the administrative control of Ministry of MSME. It is introduced by merging two schemes, namely Prime Minister's Rozgar Yojana and Rural Employment Generation Program on 31st March 2008. For this scheme, free 15-day entrepreneurship development program training is being provided to the prospective entrepreneurs. Eligibility criteria: there should be Indian nationals, minimum 18 years of age, and if funding is more than 5 lakh in service sector, then and more than 10 lakh in manufacturing sector, then 8 standard. And finance details: maximum cost of project for first loan is for service sector, that is rupees 20 lakh, and for manufacturing sector, that is rupees 50 lakh. And for second loan, they can provide up to rupees 1 crore. And loan repayment to be done in 3 to 7 years. These are subsidy details. For general category, on contribution should be 10%, and subsidy in urban area 15%, in rural area 25%, and for SC, ST, OBC and EWS category 5% contribution thereon, and 25% for urban area and 35% for rural areas. As my main objective is to check the performance of the scheme. So, since inception in 2008-9, as it was the origin of this scheme, and up to now, a total of about 8.37 lakh micro enterprises have been assisted. And during year 2022-23, a target has been fixed for setting up of 1,01,006 PMEGP units, and which are generating estimated employment opportunities for 8.8 lakh persons. This is achievement progress of PMEGP during two plans, during 11th plan and during 12th plan. 11th plan, that is from 2008-9 to 2011-12. As we can see, the estimated employment generated by this scheme was 16,05,865, and by second plan, that is from 2012-13 to 15-16, employment generated was 14,42,815, which is, and then further for years 2016-17 to 2021-22, employment generated, as we can see that there is fluctuating data, but still data is improving. As we reach 2021-22, the estimated employment generated is 8,25,752, which was very low in 2016-17, that is near about 4 lakh. Then women beneficiaries by this scheme, as we see in year 2008-9, beneficiaries were very less in amount, that was near about 4,000, but here is also a fluctuating trend. Also, the impact of COVID-19 was there in 2019-20, as the data was growing, but in when 2019-20 it is slightly low, but 2020-22 we can see there is immense growth, that is 39,192 women beneficiaries are there by this scheme. we can see graph. There is 2020-21. It is showing a slight improvement. It's like very much improvement in year 2020-21. And from reason, data is growing. Findings of the study are the total of about 8.37 lakh micro enterprises have been assisted with a margin money subsidy of rupees 20,775 crore. Scheme has provided employment to about 68.5 lakh persons. And the number of people, as we see from data, the number of people who are getting assisting from this employment is increasing every year. There was only impact of pandemic. The data was low in that year. Average annual disbursement of margin money has increased from rupees 950 crore during 8-9 to 2015-16 to rupees 1650 crore during year 2016-17 to 19-20. And rural people are taking more benefits as the subsidy is more for rural and women. During year 2022-23, a target has been fixed for setting up 1,06 PMGP units and for generating estimated employment opportunities for 8.8 lakh persons. In women participation, we have also seen suggestions to improve effectiveness of this scheme are government should enhance funding. As we see, there were problems of funding. If people were not getting fund in timely, they are suffering from some problems in funding. So government should enhance funding under PMEGP to improve job possibilities and also to improve awareness and knowledge of funds. The entire awareness system and plans should be modified. There should be advertisement, exhibitions, and programs for its advertisement. Also, banks should establish a special desk for the PMEGP lending plan in various locations to foster an entrepreneurial environment. Government should give more focus on training on the scheme as there is only 15 days training. More skill development centers pertaining to scheme can be introduced. Scheme is only available for MSME. As I feel, if scheme could be for agriculture sector, the employment opportunities will be higher. Thank you, ma'am. Entrepreneurs in India are experiencing difficulties, as I earlier told that they are facing fund problem as they are not getting finance and timely. PMEGP has kindly addressed by establishing a financial assistance system for the jobless and economically inactive. But still there are some shortcomings, but I think it's very helpful in creating job for self-employment or for entrepreneurship. It's very helpful scheme. Thank you.
I have one question. You mentioned that really people are taking advantage of this. So, is there any secondary data available?
Yes, ma'am. In my research paper, data is for.
Let me complete my question. Okay. So my question is, so they are taking more benefits. Yes. Is there any data available in the literature or any report that how many employment they are creating and how many employment these urban sector is creating using this scheme?
Yes, ma'am. I have data regarding this in my research paper that was from different areas, the south region, in north region, but that was very long tables and PPT.
No, what I'm asking, rural and urban, because you presented it this divide. Is that more benefits
Yes, ma'am.
are getting by the rural?
Yes, ma'am. Data was there in which we were comparing the rural and urban people.
So that's how I'm
Yes,
saying.
ma'am. That is available in my research paper.
But you are talking about north, south. I'm not talking about north, south. I'm talking about rural, urban. Is
Yes,
there data available?
yes.
What is the indication, even if you don't remember the data? What is the range?
Ma'am, there was amount which was indicating which was indicating rural people are getting more benefits. The reason is that they get more subsidy. Rural people get more subsidy on this
So
scheme.
what do you mean by employment generation?
Employment generation, ma'am, means if people do not get a particular job, then they can self-employ themselves by a small business, by any small business, proprietorship, etc.
I thought you are talking about that rural people are taking more benefit from this scheme and then using this money, how much employment opportunities they are creating for others. Is there any data available? Like you suggested one thing that this scheme should be introduced in agriculture sector because this is more labor intensive. So it will create more opportunities for the people. So similarly, my question is, if rural people are using more money or taking more benefits from this program, how many employment opportunities they are creating as compared to other people? Is there any data available?
No.
That's not available. Thank you. But good effort.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So we have last presenter is not. So we are done with the presentation today. I think the last presentation has not yet come. Thank you all the presenters.
Now it's time for speakers. We will be meeting in the next round of 1:30.
Outside.
मेल में तो सॉफ्ट ही है यहाँ पे हार्ड हाँ जी Basically get some आप जा रहे हो? इस टाइम तो यही आना है सर, पॉलिटिकल आप जाके अभी तो वही होगा ये इसमें हो ही गया होगा मेरे ख्याल से 4 बज गए ना, 4:15 तक।
अच्छा, यहाँ से कोई भी टीचर नहीं है, ऐसा क्यों है हमारे मतलब?
पता है क्या, उनके जहाँ टीचर्स को भी उस्ताद भी का डर लगता है जब तक बीसी लड़के में कर बैठे, इसके बाद ये भी नहीं लाइट ये देखो 4:15 पे ना टी ब्रेक। टी से 5 ऑनलाइन ही हेलो हेलो हेलो
Hello? Hello, Professor. Am I audible?
Hi, Professor Kaur. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Yes, can we start?
Yes, we can. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can say,
Great.
we can see the slide and whether your social innovators have joined.
They are online. I've got about 5 colleagues who are on our social innovation program. They are online, so I'll get started if you want me to get started.
No, no problem. So let's start. May I start?
Great. Right. So thank you very much, Professor, and to the program director for the opportunity for us to participate.
Yeah. Let me to start, Professor. Yeah. Very good afternoon in South Africa and very good evening in India. Today is a great moment when with us Dr. Mosia and Dr. Anita from TIA, Science, Technology and Innovation, who is a director for Sustainable Human Settlements in the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. And if I am not wrong, he is an accredited project management in professional, angel project manager and Prince 2 practitioner. He is responsible for coordinating the district development model at the DSI. He has been employed as a general manager for program and fund management at National Urban Renewal and Housing Construction Agency in South Africa. Moreover, he is a board member for Sustainable Materials and Construction Technology Center at the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. He is also a member of editorial board in Journal of Public Innovation and Sustainability. His research interests are social innovation and entrepreneurship. And today the chairperson, Dr. Anita and Dr. Ishipang Mosia, director of the institution, both are with us, and many of the social innovators who have joined from South Africa are with us. So now my hand over to Dr. Ishipang, and I am very thankful for accepting my invitation. Now your time starts, sir. You can speak now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and greetings to everyone in India. We really appreciate the opportunity to be invited to participate. We are very delighted really to forge some level of partnership with Professor Kaur. She was recently visiting the country, so we are very much happy and appreciative of the partnership that is emerging between ourselves and Prof. Kaur. So I'm going to address a topic on supporting social innovations in South Africa. I am not going to present a research paper. I'm a director responsible for a program for innovation for inclusive development. So I'm going to share at a very high level that which we are doing to support social entrepreneurship. And I'm also going to share my presentation with about 4 or 5 of our beneficiaries on the program. I've strictly advised them to take about at least 4 minutes max to introduce themselves, the innovations they are doing, and also the experiences that they have in terms of social entrepreneurship and challenges and successes that they have. So each one of them will have about 4 minutes. Just to get started, my expectations really beyond this engagement is to deepen the partnership, is to learn from the Indian experience and the models that you guys have and the approaches you are implementing, and also to learn how India is supporting its social innovation ecosystem, and get to a point where we can co-create knowledge, including research papers and publications, and even set in place mechanisms for exchange around social innovation, grassroots innovation, and entrepreneurship. So the topic that I'll be addressing is on our experiences, but what is key for me to cover is how we see social entrepreneurship in our context, especially with challenges for inclusivity and poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Those are big challenges in the country, as well as access to basic services. So I'll try and talk about the context and what we see as the role of universities, the policy instruments and programs, in particular, the Grassroots Innovation Program, as well as the Technology Acquisition Development Fund, which are the two instruments within my portfolio to support social entrepreneurship, and I will conclude. As a prelude, I just want to get started here. There is a recognition of a transition in the world. There's deep transition, there's complexity. We are shifting from seeing innovation from a narrow interpretation to a broad concept of innovation, where we look beyond just using R&D in universities to drive firms and growth and competitiveness, but also to use innovation at a social level, at a grassroots level to solve societal problems. So there is this big transition, there is deep awareness. How do we use innovation to achieve a just, fair, and equitable society where there is resources and opportunities for everyone? We are also very much informed by our awareness to utilization of knowledge, so that we're not just focusing on research output, but we're focusing on addressing societal problems, and also across all segments of society. So it's not just innovation as we have been driving it in the past, but it's more about innovation across society at all levels of policy, at all levels of government programs, and a quest, if I may say, to achieve an entrepreneurial society and setting up instruments that can bring about this. Just to quote very quickly, Mazokuto 2013, and the role of the state. This is what informs our philosophy, our approach in supporting our innovators. We are very much cognizant of the fact that the state and government, I work for government, our role is not just to facilitate and to de-risk innovation uptake, but also to think outside the box, to think big, and to move beyond the role of being a regulator, to investing in key technical innovations, but also to investing in key social innovation programs, and ensuring that there is an enabling environment and there are appropriate institutional structures, there are policies, and there is de-risking to support social entrepreneurship in South Africa. So this is what drives our approach, and most of our programs are designed to create an enabling environment. So this is a framework extracted from our decadal plan. Decadal plan is our strategy to drive innovation in the next 10 years as a country. So we are looking at programs that have to do with innovation infrastructure within communities, prototyping, 3D machinery, etc., but at a community level. But we're also looking at programs, very ambitious programs around funding. How do we design policy mix instruments that enables adequate funding? And if you were to talk about sustainability and challenges, they are the same globally now with climate change. In our situation in the societies, social innovation has got a role to play to address these challenges. The water demand versus the supply because of climate change. Day zero in Cape Town a few years ago, it is still a reality, but also how do we deal with people who do not have access to sanitation? What are the alternatives at a community level where communities can innovate themselves? Dealing with crime. Crime is a big problem, unemployment, and the challenges of aging infrastructure in municipalities and urbanization, household, health, education, etc. So there are many, many challenges from a sustainability point of view, and also from a household sustainability point of view, where you find most of the households are expending most of their income, household income, on transport and energy, and how do we then begin to mitigate such challenges? Inequality, again, informs our context. Inclusivity, we want to move beyond poor versus rich, urban and rural, income inequalities and disparities between access and those who do not have access to services within municipalities, and achieve this just and fair society. So we've got a lot to address from a social innovation point of view, and what captures our imagination and our strategy and our programs for social innovation and entrepreneurship is what we call the decadal plan, and also the National System of Innovation. So we are driving the National System of Innovation beyond what it used to be, where the players traditionally were universities who will come up with IP, or were academic research institutions. We have a lot of those who will normally achieve and receive a lot of fiscal funding for innovation. But now we are moving beyond that. We are bringing NGOs, we are bringing CBOs, we are bringing industry players, we are bringing SMMEs into the mainstream of our national system of innovation so that we can address these societal ills. I've mentioned inclusion as one important outcome we want to address. We want to make sure people have got a meaningful way to participate in the economy. The economy is designed and structured such that it creates mass inclusion, especially young people who are not employed, and young people are coming out of universities and graduates. So we want to achieve this objective of inclusion. There are many other frameworks that informs our approach: SDGs, New Urban Agenda, and the government outcomes that are set out there. But now, in the policies that we have a policy called the Science, Technology, Innovation White Paper. One of the policy intents is around supporting grassroots innovation. So we are very happy that we have explicit policies that are making a goal to achieve entrepreneurship. So we've got a policy intent here, some commercialization of publicly funded IP. How do you take IP from the universities, open it up to communities and entrepreneurs? And then at the same time, how do you drive programs for grassroots innovation whilst you are creating a role of government as an enabler for social innovation? Hence, what I've mentioned earlier, a whole of society, a whole of government approach, and the quest for this entrepreneurial society that we want to achieve. Social entrepreneurship, as we have it, you will see in the next colleagues who are going to share what they are doing, that which we have funded for them as social entrepreneurs. They are addressing SDG goals, they are addressing hunger, they are addressing inequality, they are addressing all these other SDG goals in the work that they are doing. So we need to be figuring out how to mainstream, how to institutionalize the social innovations, even ensuring that policies at a municipal level are enabling for the procurement and the acquisition from the society itself of these very innovations that we are talking about here today. We've got a number of strengths in our ecosystem or in our national system of innovation to enable and drive social innovation. We work closely with municipalities and provincial government. They are part of the system. They have innovation plans. They are involved in economic development programs that are geared towards social innovation. They are implementing at a local level innovation hubs. We've got a number of innovation hubs across the country, and we've got also innovation intermediaries that are playing different roles, including SMMEs. We've got strengths in the programs that we've designed at a national level, policy programs. So I'm going to explain very briefly the Grassroots Innovation Program and the TADF program. And then we've got PMUs that have been set up for this very same agenda. TIA, Technology Innovation Agents, my colleague here, Dr. Ramusran, she is also driving that big program. So we've got PMUs that are established with programs and that are funded, and then also working with the private sector. There are key areas we are driving social innovation on. One is on circular economy, and the other one is on new sources of growth. If we talk about just transition and renewable energy, we have got a very deliberate effort to target that which comes as social entrepreneurship opportunities in those areas, including ride-hailing applications, the Uber-likes, a type of applications. We encourage communities to get involved and to innovate. This table here, this graph here shows how much of publicly financed IP we've had in the past 7 years. It may be a little bit outdated, but what I want to highlight maybe is the amount of money overall at a national level that is injected on science technology activities. We talk about 23.4 billion rands around 2016. So we've been trying to figure out how do we convert such a level of investments into commercializable products and services that can be uptaken, be procured, and be used by government. So there's a whole lot of funding that is going into our system around science councils to support this agenda. This one is just a slide I thought I will share around the IP that comes out of universities, a survey that was done showing how much of the IP transactions that have yielded value and have yielded revenues and have almost been taken into startup companies. So you can see there is improvement between 2008 and 2014, and there is a 2014 and 2018 survey that shows a good traction. And we want to keep improving this because these are IP protections mainly from publicly funded institutions. But how is this made available for grassroots innovators and social innovators to use this particular IP? So let me perhaps just jump a few slides because I think I'm going to run out of time, Professor. This is an example of Living Labs program. We are establishing a number of these living labs across townships, across rural areas, where we're providing innovation infrastructure, where young people with bright ideas can access tools for 3D printing, prototyping, and also there are competitions and hackathons. But these living labs are strongly supported by our universities of technologies at a community level. And then we've got a grassroots innovation program. I want to give my few colleagues here who are beneficiaries of this program to speak very quickly. So we've got a program here that gives a young entrepreneur funding support to the tune of 260,000 rands for at least, I think it's about 2 years. Yes, it's about 2 years. 60,000 being a stipend, and then 200,000 rands they use it to actually develop their product. So grassroots innovators are innovators like the ones who are going to speak just now after me. I'm going to give them 4 or 5 minutes each. But these are young, talented entrepreneurs who want to do something and establish themselves into the market. But they work outside of established R&D institutions or research institutions. They work on their own in most of the cases. They are not in a formal employment. They don't have a fully established business when they come in. They just come in because they just need support. And we've designed a program to lower the barriers of entry and to ease the access and to provide funding and also to provide technical support and IP protection, which we call the Grassroots Innovation Program. I'm not going to explain the criteria, but this program provides technical support package in these areas. One, it's stipend, it's ideation, it's business development, technical skills training, it's networking, it's mentorship, and technical prototype development until they have got a prototype, just from a concept or an idea, then they exit the program. So what I will do now, I will try and share a slide and ask my colleagues who have benefited from this program. Mashiko, you'll be the first one if you are online. Peace, followed by you, Ponzo, you, Sidwell, and Shakila. Guys, take about 3 minutes just to explain what is it that you are doing and what is the innovation and what has been your experience. In about 3 minutes, the first one to start will be Mashiko. So let me exit my PowerPoint and go to the slides where I've got your profiles here. Mashiko, just give me 1 second. Where is my slides now? Profiles. Mashiko, are you online?
Yes, I am online.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen 100%.
Take it away. 3 minutes.
Thanks, Dr. Tepane, for the opportunity, and thanks, colleagues who have joined us from abroad and those that have joined us digitally online. My name is Golden Mashiro. I'm an entrepreneur and an innovator. I own a company called Exposure Marketing and Promoting Company, which is formerly known by Mpumalanga Art Exposure. We are an online store that sells precisely handmade craft. In the in parks, these crafts that we sell are handmade by native people living adjacent to the parks. The reason we started this solution is that we discover after a research that 90% of South African parks are located in the rural villages, and most of these people that live adjacent to the means to create income for them. But most of the time they are excluded to sell within the parks because of space and red tape. So we decided to create an online platform after a research that showed us that 80% of tourists that comes to these parks have smartphones. So we decided to create a digital online store where crafters are able to sell their product to tourists coming to these properties. Another thing that our solution touches on, it also touches on the sustainable development goals, which is number 1 and 2 and 3, which is alleviation of poverty, and it also touches on and promote the sustainable use of resources, because we also secure funds from different departments and train young women in the village who are single parents about how to use recycled material and produce products that are innovative and that can be sold on our online store. Challenges that we have encountered is that we are an online store, so funding criteria mostly are still in the old natural ways of funding. So they fund businesses that have properties, business that have production mechanism. But with us, we are an innovation online store software. So it's difficult to secure funding for our innovative solution to strive. But we are thankful to TIA, which provided us with the funding to the tune of 250. Which we use to develop our solutions. So they came to us when we needed them the most. Banks couldn't listen to us because we do not have properties that we can list as a surety should we default the payments that they give to the loan that they gave it to us. So TIA came into our space and supported us and helped us greatly. Other things, experience that we have experienced as innovative and entrepreneurs is that as you produce solutions, you also have to put your ear on the ground and listen to the customers that you are providing the solution to. So, for example, we came in as only an online store that provide and sell art craft, but the market also showed us that why don't you just also open up the door and provide booking systems that people can book tour guides into the parks. A lot of guest houses and hotels came into the space and said, well, why don't you also open the door and expand it into bookings for accommodation, and also try and arrange aggregated packages for tourists. For example, a tourist coming from China into Mpumalanga, they don't know different attraction points, they don't know where to go, but we are able to create a nice package that takes you from airport into all these different guest houses and be able to experience different art craft out into our countries. So a lot of players came into this place and began to talk about possible solutions that they would like to see and that they would like to support. So in a nutshell, this is us. We are Mpumalanga Art Exposure. You can check us online. We are Art Exposure on digital platform and also online. You can get our app on iOS. You can also get it on Android. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mashiko. Peace, are you online? Is Peace there?
Yes, I am. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Peace. So try and squeeze it again, Peace. I see
not a problem.
Against us already.
Not a problem. Okay, thank you for having me, everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Peace. I am the director, one of the co-founders as well, and the current business development officer for Mgazi Concepts. And we operate in the areas of core data collection, infection prevention control, and standards monitoring. So ideally what we do is we operate within the hand hygiene monitoring space. We are a hand hygiene monitoring system designed to reduce the burden of healthcare associated infections and cross-contaminations or infectious pathogens within the healthcare establishment. So the way that we create value to our customers by eliminating the labor-intensive manual processes in standards compliance and in environmental safety compliance. So we essentially see ourselves as the bridge between people, process, and data automation in the environmental safety chain. And our ideal customers are mostly firms and businesses. So we are B2B business because businesses have the regulatory standards in place that require them to be in control of their operational environments. So ideally, that is what we do. The reason why we do it is because we realized that there was a massive burden around the world in terms of how hand hygiene is being monitored. We also know that the greatest risk or infections generally are mostly spread by hand. 80% of all infections globally are spread by hand. Now, we started developing our solution before COVID. However, during COVID, I'm sure most of us in the world realized that hand hygiene was not just a healthcare issue. Or cross-contaminations wasn't just a healthcare issue. When the outbreak happened, everybody around the world was required to have some sort of infection prevention system in place or some kind of sanitary system in place. However, there was a massive missed opportunity as these systems were not digitized. They did not serve any digital data collection or core data collection function, whereas our system does. So essentially, Sinsani is a smart digital sanitizer solution. We combine various forms of readily available near-field communication technologies in the form of cards, smartphones, and also devices to be able to onboard patients or to onboard future visitors to any building or any future healthcare establishment. So the app delivers a pre-screening tool where we are able to meet patients or end users at their location, and they generate their own profiles to later be collected or activated when arriving at a particular healthcare facility or any facility really. And that information is then nice and easily interoperable and easily shareable across all establishments. So we've just created a unique way of being able to find of interoperable technologies that are universally accepted around the world using